wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype.
Welcome everybody to day 4. We are nearing the end of Open 2 here at VCT Game Changers APAC. You're with me, Mikafabs, and with Daks, of course. And wow, it's very bright and sunny where you are, Daks. I thought you were favoring the darker sort of like lighting.
You think it'd be all moody, right? But no,
Yeah,
it's
I thought it was.
Look at it. I'm all bright, cheery. It's a sun shining day, and of course, with the high intense matchup we're gonna be getting later on, and of course the second one as well right after. You already know that today is gonna be a great day for Game Changers action.
Yeah, exciting matches all around. Just yesterday, we had a major upset. I was checking like the scores of what happened yesterday, and I was like, wait, hang on. Why is RRQ Kaguya out? I mean, there was a major upset, a team that I thought would be in the top 4, but it was an amazing job for Global Esports. Very exciting things for them today.
Yeah, and because of that, they're going to be facing off against Orangutan X yet again. Battle of the South Asian squads. And the winner of that, they're going to have double duty for today, Mika, because if FULLSENSE, Sapphire, they're waiting on the other side as well. But you mentioned it, I was there watching every single moment of that GE versus RRQ matchup. You can really see they put in the work, and that's really the big difference between Open 1 and Open 2. They put in the work. We've seen these squads just come on up and be better than ever.
Yeah, it's gonna be a real test for them today, right? They have to go up against Orangutan X, and if they're up for the challenge, they have to go up against FULLSENSE, Sapphire next. Whew, what a day indeed. But just a reminder for everybody, this is our series format, so remember that there are 3 opens over here, and we are just about ending our second one. These teams are collecting points, and the top 6 teams at the end of Open 3 will qualify for Elite, which in turn is the final step to the international stage. Of course, we also do have LCQ here, so teams, I believe there are 2 teams to qualify for Elite at LCQ. Teams that may not have collected enough points here can qualify at LCQ. And now over here at our registered teams, I think like the most interesting thing is you have teams like the Hero KDA Daks and Points of Authority that didn't make it out of the Swiss stage last Open, but they're here now, so it's exciting to see which teams will get in the next Open.
And it's such a vast field right here in our Open qualifiers. We see so many of them popping up. I remember we were counting it last time we were on panel. 68 squads came in, and now there are how many left? 4 standing in our final few days. So Open 3, there's still possibilities for some of these other names to pop up later on, Mika.
Yes, absolutely. It's gonna be really exciting to see which new teams are up for the challenge in Open 3, or maybe we'll get more or less of the same ones, because we're seeing, of course, that we still have Team SMG here, still pretty much undefeated. May drop a couple of maps or so, but still pretty much the queens sitting on the throne already, waiting for their challengers to come to them. And those challengers, of course, are Global Esports Phoenix, Orangutan X, and of course FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Yeah, and you mentioned it a while ago. We only had 2 new teams into the playoffs, 6 of them still just recurring from Open number 1. But there's not only, of course, the points up for grabs here, Mika, but we have an incredible prize pool as well. 10,000 USD on the line. And now within our top 4, that 3,500 lion's share looking very tasty for our Open 2 champion.
Of course, and you can see our 2nd, 3rd, and 4th places, they actually already get a little share of the prize pool already. But of course, it's not just that these teams are playing for, right? They really do want to get to that very top because they are collecting those points to qualify for Elite, the biggest showdown that will happen in APAC, right? I'm sure that FULLSENSE Sapphire, they do have their eyes set on getting back to the international stage once again, doing like, let's do this again, let's do a take 2. We now have more experience, we now have, you know, more strategies up our in our playbook, so hopefully they can be able to do that. But Team SMG, they're definitely still looking like the behemoth of the APAC scene here at Game Changers.
Yeah, and let's not forget also teams like Orangutan, teams like GE. They're on the uprise, and we have our bracket right now. We're going to be tackling the lower bracket for today, ladies and gents. At the end of the day, we will know who will face off against Team SMG in tomorrow's grand finals. And it's really such a tough road, Mika, because double duty for either Orangutan X or Global Esports if they get their initial victory.
Exactly. It's one team is guaranteed to take on 2 matches in a row today. The endurance for that Daks is just something else, especially when you're dealing with the pressure of elimination. You know, it's just like dropping one map is not an option anymore, especially since you want to preserve your energy. You want to preserve your strats as well. Every single map that comes out here in our first series, you know that FULLSENSE Sapphire are already watching it very, very closely.
Absolutely. I agree with that. They're going to be so glued to the series that will come up next, which is Orangutan X and Global Esports. Any mistake that they notice from either team, they will look to exploit in the near future. And that's pretty much the beauty of how far FULLSENSE Sapphire went in the upper bracket in the first place. Only losing to Team SMG, finally breaking the streak of maps Team SMG did by taking that win on Haven, but they couldn't get the job done in the series itself. But Orangutan GE, we've seen this matchup before. Last time around in Open 1, Mika, Orangutan was the one with the advantage. But maybe this time, the evolution of GE is something to watch out for.
Yeah, I don't know. I had Orangutan X actually as my dark horse for this Open. Now all of a sudden it's like, ooh, Global Esports, okay, all right. I definitely wasn't expecting yesterday's matchup to happen. Bringing it to a map 3 against RRQ and then eventually taking the series. So I would definitely say the momentum is in their favor, but going up against even bigger fish now, against Orangutan X, against FULLSENSE, and potentially Team SMG, right? It's gonna be a tall order for them indeed.
Yeah, and I wonder right now, what's the plan here? Orangutan GE, just the fact that they've seen each other already makes such a big difference. There's also that history, of course, between Casper and some of the members of Team GE in different outlings from the South Asian scene. And everyone's going to be watching that matchup. There's a big fan base for both orgs for good reason. And let's not forget, Orangutan, they made it to that runner-up spot last time around. Can they do so again through the hardest route this time?
Yes, lots of history indeed between our first series of the day. We'll get into that, but before that, we're going into a quick break, so don't go anywhere. VCT Game Changers APAC, we'll be right back. Welcome back, ladies and gents, and everybody in between. We are just about to start our first series here at VCT Game Changers APAC Open 2. Again, our penultimate day, our second to the last day here, and these teams are going to have one hell of a day in front of them, especially for one team in particular, the team that makes it out of the series. It could be Orangutan X, it could be Global Esports Phoenix. Both of these teams, Daks, have had a really short amount of time to adjust their rosters, right? So it's going to be a real challenge to rally everyone, to have everybody on that same page, to deal with the pressure of elimination here at our top four, and to make it to the grand finals.
they needed to make these adjustments this time on the fly, right? For Global Esports Phoenix, you talked about it extensively last time we were on panel. It's such a new roster with Bila being added in weeks ago. But I think the bigger story right now is Orangutan X have finally activated Chloe into the roster as well. And to our surprise, she's not back on her Sentinel role. She was playing a lot of Reyna, especially yesterday. And it's such an interesting look here for Orangutan, one of the two clutch queens really that we've been missing so far for Orangutan and Chloe. She's back in action, but in a different outlook than we expected.
Yeah, it's looking like Orangutan has like a different flavor this open, right? That's a different kind of dynamic coming in. But for the side of like Global Esports Phoenix, now my wild card for this open too, taking down RQ Kaguya yesterday, that's a massive ego boost. Momentum is clearly in their favor here. I wonder what they can do to bring that kind of energy, bring that momentum into the series, of course. But interestingly enough, of course, we were talking about this behind the scenes. You do have some history between these two teams, right? You have Meow, you have Muffin Loop, and you have Casper that actually have had some history. They played together last year on VLT Asteria. Yep. So how will that knowledge potentially give an advantage to either team, right? What does an understanding look like as we go into the series?
I think it helped out, especially when we saw them last time around in Open 1. Casper, who has had a lot more experience playing at the highest leagues of the Game Changers scene. In the meantime, GE still trying to find their footing. There were times where Casper really proved to be the best that South Asia had to offer, and now we see Orangutan X, and especially their roster, we confirmed that Chloe yet again will be on that starting side. Chloe's there, we got Naruma on the Sentinel, Japip Swirly, and of course our star controller Casper. And in such an interesting mixed lineup like this in Orangutan X, Mika, we noticed at the very start of the Open number 2, they made some drastic changes from their runner-up squad from Open number 1. It still has been successful. You still have players like Japip stepping up, Casper stepping up, but it's really a different kind of look we get from Orangutan X.
Yes, absolutely. I love it. I'm all for it. It seems like there's just so many layers in this new form of Orangutan X, right? For Global Esports Phoenix, clearly a team, of course, that is still like getting their bearings, of course, with the very recent addition of Bela, right? But she's doing so well. You see a lot of the rounds that Global Esports is able to clutch, and most of them are because of Bela, right? So we were talking earlier about how like the Sentinel matchup is going to go down between Aruma and Bela. She should be up to the challenge here, of course, and this could be her biggest one yet.
Yeah, and it would give some questions to Orangutan. Do we actually put Chloe back into that role instead? Will we get Eri in also to actually play on out to go for the front line? But I think my biggest point to make about Global Esports is from Open 1 to Open 2, they've really just decided to build on what they have. The foundation that they have with Muffin as well as Meow has been absolutely outstanding. And we've also seen some incredible improvements from both Rose and especially Curie. So Global Esports, they know their trajectory is upward. Now they just have to beat a squad that have basically eliminated them before from this outing.
Yeah, and I wonder, like Duelist, of course, is a big question as well for Global Esports Phoenix. Who's taking it? Is it going to be Meow? Is it going to be Muffin? And we do see that a lot of that is because of the map selection. So as we check out what maps our teams have chosen here, I'm expecting Lotus and Split Bands from Global Esports right off the bat. Their best performing map, probably Fracture, is going to come up as well. As we see it, it is going to be a Fracture. But as a decider map, we are going first into Bind, picked by Global Esports Phoenix, and then Haven, picked by Orangutan X. Very interesting indeed.
I'm intrigued that they let Bind pass in the first place. You expect Lotus and Pearl to be the immediate bans here for GE and OGX. They know those are effectively the maps that they might be in trouble with versus Orangutan X, but letting Bind through is such a big wild card right now. Then we move over to Haven, which is basically the best map Orangutan X has had this year. 8 wins all throughout the year, wins over GE, wins over RQ, Big Sight, Hero KDA, as well as FULLSENSE Sapphire. So for Global Esports, they're gonna need to do a lot of work to take that map number 1 because map number 2 is so contended. Only then will they get their signature pick of Fracture, and there's a reason why Orangutan X lets that pass, Mika, because I feel like now Orangutan is confident they can take Fracture away from GE.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't really feel like, at least for this series, at least for this opponent, I don't really feel like Orangutan X was really avoiding any particular map, right? I feel like they have enough experience, they have enough confidence going into any of these. And for Global Esports Phoenix, we definitely know that Fracture is their best performing map. But now, we have Bind, we have Haven. I am expecting it to be both Meow and Muffin on the duelist role. I am expecting Meow probably to take first Bind and then probably Muffin over onto Haven on the Jet, right? So seeing what Twirly is gonna bring out against them is gonna be another really exciting one as we head into agent selection in just a bit.
Yeah, we've seen for Orangutan X when their duelist absolutely shines. They are such a strong team. Funny enough, I've been watching Twirly's performances all throughout these days, and truth be told, even though I've seen in the chat that she actually doesn't like this agent, I think her Neon is one of the best we have seen so far whenever they get to that fracture map, and that's one point why Orangutan X lets it pass. Instead, though, really the sacrifice here for Orangutan is the fact that they let Bind through. It hasn't been the most successful map for them, but they needed to prioritize to getting rid of Pearl instead, because that's where they struggle. Maybe Global Esports, if they use that map to their advantage, and especially we know how consistent Meow has really been so far playing that Raze, then that can be their pivot point moving forward, because we usually expect them to get Fracture in the middle of the series, not later on.
Lesser of two evils, I suppose,
Yeah.
for Global Esports, right? And it feels like it is indeed of a pinch, but I feel like Global Esports, they did know that eventually they'd have to come across their demons, so to say. Bind is one of those demons, so I feel like they have some kind of game plan for this, versus probably one of the maps that they planned out. Now, going over to Twirlies, I feel like, Twirly, you don't like the neon? It's like, oh, the Pinoy pride is shaken.
All I gotta say is salamat, thanks instead. And that's the thing, right? Here for Orangutan, I think the biggest concern right now for them is what kind of Orangutan X will we get from them today. Because truth be told, while they have made it here, their matchup yesterday against the Hero KDA, right? It was shaky, to say the least. They were on the back foot coming into Split. They were on the back foot, especially after the first half of Ascent, and their biggest point of confidence was that domination on Fracture. Have they acclimated in time with Chloe back onto the roster with such a heavy frontline instead to try and take down GE, who have been formulating their strategies not just since before Open 2, but ever since Open 1?
It's gonna be so interesting, right? Because Orangutan X, they are quite diverse right now, and there's still a little bit of unpredictability to them, just because all of their players, they can flex and they're still adjusting. So I do know that they can be a little playful with their agent compositions. I do know that they have brought out the Gecko previously, just a couple of days ago. I'm wondering if we're seeing any ape shenanigans coming here into Bind.
Mika, look who's playing on Orangutan next, though. I think it's Emmy now. We're actually getting Emmy in rather than Chloe. We expected that she would be running from this year, running all throughout the series instead, especially for the eliminations. But they do trust and rely on Emmy and Twirly getting the job done. And I remember we saw this on Big Side. When they sync on up, it is just exceptional from Orangutan. But when they're cut down in the prime, when they're cut in half especially, that's where it all falls apart. On the other side though, Mika, Meow, of course, on that signature raise. Usually you see Muffin moving over to initiators, and she's on the Sova this time around.
Yeah, that duo is going to be very, very interesting to watch, especially since you're up against Emmy and you're up against Twirly. And of course, picking, the Raze and the Jet, it's pretty much like picking any double duelist pretty much. It's a promise, right? We are going to get in. We are going to frag. We are definitely going to get in, make space for the rest of our team, right? So we're going to see if we can do just that, if Orangutan X can do just that indeed against Global Esports Phoenix, our wild card at this Open 2. So casters, over to you guys.
It is not just the teams who are a wild card, it's also the players of GE Phoenix and as well as Orangutan X. I'm pretty surprised about how Emmy was the one who they selected, right? I think yesterday when Chloe was playing, she was playing as a Fade. She's been, embodying all of these roles that she's not really used to, but maybe she gave a little bit of a way for them to, really get to win this map of Bind. Because I know, statistically speaking, they're not really as rich when it comes to this map, but Quack, I'm very excited to see what is going to happen for the first map.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where it comes down to how you really play, because you might feel like I'm not so used to this role or this agent, like how Chloe played Reyna at the same time, but when you are still able to perform, that really says something. With these two teams, with these two players, you really have to think about how I think the initiators will perform, because we know how strong Meow 16K with her Raze is going to perform. We know how Twirly and Emmy can do as well. But when it comes down to these duels, these fights, these big firefights, you need those initiators to be there to support your duelist. So I have my eyes on Japips as well as Rose.
Yeah, I think both of these initiators have been dealing a lot of impact during these rounds. And look at this quick action here towards B. And there's nobody there, though. All of them are towards A. And Casper is going to be ready for a little bit of a stun if they are going to push through any second now.
All right, well, we're going in with the satchel. A little bit fumbled thanks to the concuss coming in from Casper. Meow knows she's up by the corner, but still blinded. Somehow able to stay alive for a couple more seconds. Emmy does, well, Aruba comes in with her incendiary, and now comes Emmy with a frenzy from behind. The entire side is in shambles, and Global Esports being still trying to fight back. Vela, we've seen her come up in some clutch situations before, but not so much this time around as she's completely surrounded. So pistol does go to Orangutan X.
The quick actions here for Emmy is what really brought them that round. And Emmy, when we saw her play her camera, everything else, I think she got it covered. She was looking at the map. She was really giving all of these calls, and that's what you expect from the likes of a duelist, right? Being on the front lines at the same time, really providing that information so that your initiators will have the right responses for you to take on that round. But I guess a little bit of a fumble there, not much coordinated for GE Phoenix, but this is a round wherein they can try and respond back to what was lost during the pistol.
But yeah, earlier to my point, I mean, that fumble is also because of that fault line coming up from Casper, and that's something that really threw Meow16 in for a loop. So something they have to really consider about now, just going through the teleporter. A whole crew of them trying to make their way into baths. This is a lot of information for Orangutan X, and they're just waiting to receive them on the other side of that thing. Thankfully, in time, Aruma does pop the sky smoke, so Global Esports Phoenix now just completely blocked off. Bela still trying to bait out more utility on the other side of the map, though.
Caution. With that quick rotation, though, the smoke will dissipate, but Emmy is holding this angle. There will be a recon bolt sent through.
Revealing area.
But Emmy just really wants to reposition. They thought it was going to be B, but thankfully, no, the heavens are open, and Casper takes on the first kill. But down goes Rose, Viola, and Meow16k. It's up to Kiri now. She only has a sky smoke available. She spots out Emmy. Doesn't really quite get the kill.
Not quite the angle, and oh my gosh. Emmy doesn't even care. She's not phased. She's not scared. She knows where Kiri is and just floats onto the top of that thing and tries to spray her down with a frenzy. So clean round from OGX, and they don't really falter in the face of all this danger.
No phasing at all. They got the kills. There was one in response for GE, but that wasn't enough. This time, though, I think the response available for them, and Rose is the one getting all of the kills. I think now she is 3 orbs away from her Ruling Thunder, and with the Phantom, I guess more orbs the better, because they would really need to try and remove Emmy from that situation, because when Emmy is holding these angles, it's quite impossible for them to really walk through that site.
That's exactly what she's trying to do, the same setup that we saw from the pistol round. Meanwhile, Global Esports Phoenix trying to explore the other portion of the map up by B long. Japips just holding control up over by Showers. Will be able to make use of this one spot. The entire team rotating through, so now with teleporter control as well, they might be able to do a bit of damage here. Not expecting Bela on the other side, though. It's going to be Emmy falling, but Torley here to trade. So free weapon pickup for Torley now, and that could be something that gives them a lot more damage. Iruma even getting one, just hiding on the other side of defender spawn. They all thought that most of the players from OGX were up by Hookah instead. So back to a 3-on-3. Guiding light out, and Twirly is seeking these final few players. They've managed to push them all towards the back of the site. There is a Vandal in her hand, and she is looking to hunt some heads with that thing, but no! Muffin onto the other side. Does manage to take out Casper.
enemy
So
remaining.
back to a 1-on-2. Twirly doing a bit more damage, gets a headshot instead. 5 HP remaining and tries to stick the spike, but Rose, in spite of all those explosions, still goes in for the peak and gets the shot. The win for Global Esports Phoenix.
What was explosive that round was Twirly really just pushing forward. I think that teleporter play really did work out for them, especially that they had the Spectres, and even Emmy had the Bucky in her pocket. So bringing down Byla as early as even before the retake did commence was such an important kill for them. That's the reason why each and every one of GE Phoenix did fall down, and it was left with a 1v1. And look at the buy of GE Phoenix. I mean, 2 Bulldogs for this round is going to be enough. They just really have to catch the timings so that they can retrieve all of what's OG's holding right now.
Possible though. And we can see that Byla is still doing her lurk. I guess the one thing is that she's often by herself in all of these, and if she doesn't win on those 1v1s, that's her weapon gone. So now Aruma going out towards elbow. G thinks they have the sight, but they have to think twice again. Here comes OGX outside of Hookah once more, and Emmy with the Blade Storm right click ends it all. It's 3-1, and I gotta say, OGX looks very clean on these side holds.
Yeah, definitely. During the time, if you take a look at the minimap, there would always be a form for the team of OGX, and they would always just be formed within a triangle, ensuring that each and every angle is covered. And when they take down one of the members, they just really pincer, and they just really close in on their opponents, and that leaves GE Phoenix with no space, with, of course, less members from their for the team, and really less time to work with if and when OGX would always, you know, try and claim that space. And I love the combination of Japips and Twirly on towards one side and just invest in one area of the map, and they try to reclaim that space together with the rest of the members of OGX.
Yeah, I agree. The way that they position themselves together so much. Right now, Japip's control over Garden. Anyone who dares come her way will get blinded. Instead, though, it's that save from GEX, and, well, doesn't matter in the hands of Emmy and her judge. I mean, look at how Casper supports her with that flashpoint in towards Bats. Full control, full information, and it's the same thing that we saw from the past few rounds. OGX always gets the first picks.
Standing ahead.
And that's going to be the advantage of OGX. First kill goes to them. And Emmy has been buying all of these unconventional weapons during these buy rounds, right? A judge, it works so well with that flash too.
Whoa.
And with that peek out, she immediately backs away though
left.
to safety. That could still be used there in short, especially if Viola's going to be coming in.
All right, there it is. The third frag, and she's going for more. A flick upwards, a quadra, but Muffin Loop strikes back with a Sheriff 2K of her own. Aruma fights back with her own headshot. It's 4-1. We all kind of saw that coming, but yeah, it's like you said, Donut. Emmy goes huge on these Antigua rounds.
Yeah, and her mobility as well with how she moves within the map. It's actually very carefree, and that allows her to really claim all of these skills. And even if you're just holding a judge, right, you just are aware of what type of corners you will hold. Assume that Byla will actually push through that smoke on the side and just be ready with those kills. I think that's what's really different now for how OGX plays this map. She is now B mobile here with an operator.
Ooh. Mobile and deadly, making a lot of noise. Now if they want to take this spot away from OGX, they have to do it together as a team, but still being very careful about it. Coming through, it's going to be Emmy with the first shot, Meow to trade, and then Japips trading right back. Rolling Thunder into the site, though. It doesn't quite hit Japips, so she has the off angle. The orbital strike from Aruma as well. GEX got completely decimated in this round.
Yeah, even if they had the Rolling Thunder into play, they really have to really check out other areas of the map. Because each and every time I would notice that one Phoenix would just push through one one side of the site but not clear everything else. And if you're the likes of Japips, right, you would hold that corner in these sly positions and get those kills one by one, because she is technically a bit covered by that sky smoke from that brim. That was supposed to be the sky smoke of Iruma, but she maximized it during that round. Now, GE Phoenix will call for a timeout. They do have the showstopper into play for Meow 16 and Muffin Loop's Hunter's Fury. This time, we all know them to be the duo that really brought that win to life against RRQ, and we want to see that here in Bind. They selected this map for a reason, and we haven't really seen any of those strategies just yet with how they push and just bank onto one side of the site. But everything else, they don't really look at their backs, or they don't look at everything else within the map.
It's a little bit worrisome because it's like you said, Donut. They picked this map for a reason, right? And I'm pretty sure that they've prepped a lot of strats for this. You can see in some of these positions at the start of rounds where they have a clear idea of what they want to do. The thing is, they're not really reading how OGX plays instead, though, and they're having a tough time adapting to this. So everywhere that they poke and prod, especially starting on the attack side, they haven't quite been able to get these opening picks. But this time around, a stun comes out, a shorty from Emmy to trade. I thought they had it, but OGX strikes back.
I loved how Emmy was there to save and trade that kill. She was there standing by on top of that truck, but she immediately just moved forward. Look at this, more movement for her. Doesn't quite get the kill, but the damage is there, and Twirly gets one, two.
Two more. They're just locking down these angles. Oh my gosh. Rose, though, almost making it close, but Twirly comes back in with the Phantom. Of course, same thing that we saw in round one. They had the entire site surrounded, entire site reinforced, and you were talking about Emmy so much, Donut, and you saw how she played with that shorty. So daring.
Yeah, and look at this, right? With how she moved forward, she knew that there would be a showstopper, but she would need that trade. And each and every time, I mean, there is a call for help or a call for information, she is there to get the kill. And look at her KDA at the moment. It's 12 and 3. Now she's doing all of the work and even, you know, seeking those kills, those first kills.
Oh my god. Whoa! Even then, they just turn around. I thought, you know, Meow might have been able to shut that in the back, but look at these double duelists, each watching each other's backs. And you know, keep in mind, out of those 12, 4 of them came from the judge round from before, and that's just how mobile she can be. Now that they've gotten the first pick, they're gonna hang back. She comes back in with the shorty again. The rest of Global Esports Phoenix tries to push out of bounds, but they've been smoked off, they've been flashed, and Casper ends their lives with a quadra kill, 7-1. This is looking unstoppable from OGX.
Yeah, and it's not just Emmy. If you look at the mini-map, they're all dancing around together. Each and every time, either there is a bullet from Global Esports Phoenix, then they gaze towards Baths. If they hear utility on short, they all go and lump in together. And that's why I think it's not just about the utility, but them themselves as players. They're the barrier to Global Esports Phoenix. And this time, I think it's going to be the same play for them. They're going to try again, but Byla just going to be searching for a flank, waiting probably, but Emmy's here with an operator.
Yeah, that's the one person she didn't spot with her spy cam. The rest of the team making their way in through Belong, and oh gosh, Japips! Just a drive-by. It's the same plan. OGX has control over Hookah. One difference is that this time Rose pushed the issue, picks up the Vandal, and she's been landing a lot of shots with this Sheriff. So Orangutan X now trying to reconsider their positions. They have a lot of ultimates to play with. Casper definitely wants to line up something with that Rolling Thunder. She's just not sure if they're going to be pushing. She heard the footstep though. That's going to be Rolling Thunder popped, knocked up into the air, concussed. She swings out, gets a quick double. 2 players remaining, and Muffin Loop still peeks out. Gets a quick double of her own. Still has to look for the final players though, and they are coming up all around her, left and right, up and down. It's Japips with the final kill in the round. OGX. They keep on winning. Wait. No, I was wrong. They ran out of time.
And it's gonna be GE winning that round. They were all planted within the site, right? Even if Casper did catch 2 with a rolling thunder, they were playing back, but it was all down to Muffin Loop here. She was just really buying time, and the moment that she got the 2 kills, I think it was already a winnable moment for them. And even if Japeeps did get the final kill, I think there was a lack of communication whether or not who will actually defuse the spike, or they just really wanted to take care of all of the members of GE first before they really just tap that.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to clear it out. Maybe getting a little bit confident as well. They want to go for some of these duels, but this time around, seeing how Luka has been held by OGX for past several rounds, Meow goes in for the pinch, even gets a second one to go through the teleporter. A bit of damage outside of the A side as well, and all of a sudden, somehow Global Esports Phoenix, they've lost quite a number of players. Thing is though, Curie has the A site. Muffin is just kind of trapped outside of Garden.
Yeah, she has to be careful though. Muffin Loop, if she dies to Ruma here, who's waiting for her to push out, then the spike is going to be exposed, and that leaves Kiri in a very tough spot of, you know, trying to clutch a 1v3. So they have to move in together. They have to be coordinated with this push. Still, there's a sky smoke, so maybe they can use that as a ruse.
Emmy, she's not using it. She's just sneaking in. Spots her back, and the trigger discipline on that takes out the player, allows for Muffin Loop to get in. She has to make use of that sky smoke though, and she places it out by elbow instead. Emmy finding the shot, kind of not quite connecting it, allows for Muffin to get the spike down. So we're in for a retake.
Oh,
Aftershock.
Look at that aftershock.
And then the Blaze Storm pop from Emmy. She's going in. Oh my god, Donut. She's looking for her. Swaps to the short. He picks up the vandal at the last second. Wallbang from Muffin Loop. And now they have time. Muffin just has to look at the right direction. Gets the shot at the end. And all of a sudden, Global Esports Phoenix looking a lot better now with the hookah control. It's 3-7.
They make it work at first. When Kiri saw Aruma there on towards the side, said, why not kill her now? And the smoke that was placed was there in the corner. It wasn't where Emmy was holding her ankle, but they made it work. They knew that there was a potential threat there in hookah. That's why they just really, you know, circled around the site and tried to get the kills one by one. A great awareness for Team GE for that round, which really calls for a timeout here for OGX. At first, we said that there wasn't really a lot of members to work with for that round, but if they do play slow and steady, just like how they did that post plant, I think they really do have a shot. So I think this timeout, they should also rethink how they would try and push a site, because usually they would just run out through the crosshairs of OGX, and that sometimes leaves us with like 10 seconds to work with before all of them are gone. So GE, I think they also have to think this through. They can play slow. They do have a lot of ultimates to work with. Kiri with the orbital strike, and even the rolling thunder for Rose again.
I mean, you were talking about timing from earlier on, and sometimes just going in a bit faster or playing around with how you're gonna take forward positions and hold is something that can throw OGX off for a second. Well, the main thing is, though, they have the ultimates. OGX has the money. And Emmy has bought up on another operator again, this time watching outside of Baths. GE's trying to approach in outside of A short, and they've managed to sneak their way in. Meow coming with his satchels. The site has been smoked off, and this is now a full-on retakes game.
That's gonna be a lot to work with too. They haven't really planted the spike. They were just waiting for a potential threat there, but Emmy, actually before the smoke even disappeared, she got the kill. And this is gonna be tricky now. Rolling Thunder's in, but Casper with her own utility. The blind comes in. Vela gets perfect timing.
My ultimate is ready.
There's that lurk. Neural Theft gets used as well. Spike not down yet though, Donut, and that's where the teleporter play comes in. Japips, everyone trying to rotate as fast as possible, but you can see on the minimap that Twirly's still kind of aware that Vela could be behind them at any second. As soon as Spike goes down, they rotate back around to Hookah. And that's how Global Esports Phoenix is going to hold this. Muffin Loop, keep in mind, she has her Hunter's Fury, so playing as far away from the site as possible. Orangutan X has to push into them. They have to take the fight. If not, this retake's going to be tough. And that's something that's going to buy a lot of time for the Spike as well. Bit of a trade outside of Garden, outside of Long. Casper getting the shots. Viola out from behind. She flicks upwards, but not going to be able to connect on towards Casper. Just enough time and just another win for Orangutan X.
That was a great
Last
call
round
for
in the
Orangutan
half.
X. They knew that the Hunter's Fury was online, so instead of pushing in from spawn, they all just rotated together and tried to overwhelm them and assumed one part of the site, because GE would usually play that way, so they would just storm in all together and eliminate that Hunter's Fury from being played, and that just leaves Viola out just late to the party.
It's something that's a bit odd, because for the past several days we've seen how strong Viola can be on, you know, Killjoy or just being able to anchor down sites, but today it's these long lurks, and sometimes the timing isn't quite there. Oh no, Meow. Not sure if we just saw that. Unfortunately fumbled a bit on the blast pack again, and well, they still have the site, so all's good. The Spike is going to go down. Let's just see how OGX actually positions themselves around this. And keep an eye on the minimap as well, because Viola is coming in for a big old flank through defender spawn. Rose playing out close and personal, able to get down to Pips, but all the trades come through from OGX as they push out of defender spawn. And it's the same situation. Iruma sticking the Spike. She's managed to get it halfway, and she knows she can keep on holding on to it. Emmy has the angle. Twirly here to support as well, and Viola, unfortunately, with the Stinger, not quite able to do so much. The first half ends with a 9-3.
Yeah, we didn't really get to see why GE Phoenix selected this map just yet. Probably they have more wins on attack here, so we're going to be seeing the Muffin Loop and Meow 16 in action. But before we get to the second half, we've got to throw it back to the panelists to see and hear what their thoughts are.
Yeah, you definitely have to. Can't forget about us. But of course, here, as we're seeing another 9-3, like a potential 9-3 curse rather, we're seeing the confidence on the side of Orangutan X, right? We're seeing the hesitation a bit from the side of Global Esports Phoenix, especially on the entry. It's a lot of the times that the rounds that were won by Orangutan X were simply just because like they hesitated, they couldn't get their way in, and they were sandwiched by Orangutan X.
Have you seen the first few rounds there, Mika? It was just all Orangutan, right? For that reason, they were absolutely confident. You have Emmy in for a reason, and she, boy, delivered. It was incredible from the start from her. Bringing out the operator, bringing out the blades, willing to go for that contact. And as long as Orangutan X could get away with that hard contact action, they kept going for it. They kept pushing. They kept playing in such an aggressive defense manner. And it really took a while for GE to kind of reel it back. We saw, though, at the very end of that half, GE had a few answers. The lurks that were incredible, that were at the right time in the right place. You could see them also go for that side control. But before anything else, before it could really snowball in GE's favor, Orangutan took that timeout. They reeled it back. And from that point on, they decided, okay, we just need to time things right. Stop playing super aggressive anymore. And it still worked for them on the retakes later on.
That's right. But I feel like on the side of Global Esports Phoenix, it's still definitely not the momentum on their side. It's more of like the routes that they won were places wherein they caught Orangutan X kind of like a little disjointed, I guess. So I feel like, you know, there's still something that's not clicking here for the side of Global Esports Phoenix. But we're gonna see if they can manage to be able to get that synergy back, especially as we go into this next half, where they're gonna attempt to try and activate the 9-3 curse over here. Over to you, Caxus.
Well, you heard it here first from the panel, and we're gonna have to continue resuming this second half because, again, Global Esports Phoenix picked this map for a reason, and although Orangutan X has put up a really strong defense, how will they fare on the attacking half?
Well, historically speaking, they won more rounds on attack compared to their defense. But I think with how OGX looks like during their defense and with their retakes so clean, I think it would be the same principle as they would go for their attack. So as long as they try and uncover what OGX has planned during their pushes, then I guess GE has a chance for them to, activate that 9-3 curse.
Yeah, you gotta invoke it somehow. But currently, they're just playing really safe. Both sides are, in fact. And you have to think, like, just picking this map, they're definitely trying to maybe throw OGX off for a second. But the strats have to be strong. And right now, Curie is the first one getting contacted towards Hookah. Here's the information and places down the sky smoke. And with that first smoke baited, instantly, OGX are rotating over to the A site.
Yeah, that smoke is going to be crucial for them to use for the retake. So they just really have to let OGX try and plant down the spike, not unless Byla has some great placement for the cyber cages. And that paint shell, though, Byla's half HP.
Oh. All right, half HP, don't care. We're just going to peek out, get another frag. Casper's gone. And all of a sudden, everyone's here. Left. This party is big and it's popping off. Meow is just a little bit late. She's holding outside of B still. Thinking about the teleporter too. That's a smart hold. 20 seconds left though. OGX, if they try to plant and they get shot in the back by Meow, that is going to be bad. Left. Emmy still holding up on the A site, tries to do a little bit of damage. And there is the spike getting planted inside of the tube itself. Oh god, they pushed out of Hookah, and Naruma can't quite hold it on her own. The frenzy from Curie is good, and Global Esports strikes back.
Well, GE there, they were just planted on towards the site. They left Meow 16 there. She still had the pain shell, so that dealt a lot of damage, and the first kill just really drew up and made OGX seemed like they were crashing during that round. I mean, at that point wherein Byla got the first kill because of that tripwire just perfectly placed in the middle of the site, OGX just immediately rotated towards the B site without really checking if there will be a sense of threat there. And there was. It was Meow 16, and if GE Phoenix keep this up with how they position themselves towards the map, I guess they do have a chance here, especially with OGX and their pistols.
Well, talking about the pistols, look at how fast they go up right outside of Hookah. Curie, well, yeah, Curie had no idea that was coming. She's not going to be able to delay so much for her team now that her smokes are gone. And Twirly, oh god, she's going aggressive. Look at how the support comes in from Casper as well, just throwing the body in. And all of a sudden, this is the B site now open for OGX. Byla even bought a judge for the A setup, but now it's not going to be the most effective thing unless somehow she's able to close in the distance between her and Orangutan X. The apes are strong together, Donut. They don't have armor, but now they have specters. And look at how they're holding this.
Yeah,
right around elbow.
Fire is going to be deadly for sure.
Oh. Muffin. She had no idea. Tried to make use of that little vent hole to set up a lineup, but now time is running out. Byla has to go in, goes for a hop, but oh gosh, did not expect two players watching the angle. Twirly gets the ace.
I mean, yesterday there were a lot of criticisms when it comes to Twirly's raise, but this time she did really shine, and especially during a pistol round, we really have to give it to her. She had a lot of, she was daring during that round when she pushed out Casper there with the 6, but then at 34 HP she had nothing to fear. Basically, it's a pistol round. I hate to lose it, right? But if we get this win, then we're fueled up for the next. And this is a buy round, mind you, supposedly. for them, but nope, all of the Spectres that they picked up is what they're gonna use for this one.
Oh no, no. Both sides getting concussed though. I mean, we were just talking about it, and this would be huge for Orangutan X's momentum, especially if they can pick up this round. But look at the positioning from Global Esports Phoenix. They are definitely fighting back for this, and they want to prevent this round from going down in the books. Still though, Orangutan X just right outside the teleport. They're going to take it through. We do have Rose going in for a bit of a chase though, but the frenzy against like 2-3 Spectres. Oh, still holding the angle. She's able to get one. Just for the second though. It buys enough time for the entire GE squad to actually rotate over, but what they did not expect is Emmy right underneath them. She flies upwards, gets a second, blinded, doesn't matter. Muffin Loop swaps to the classic and gets a right click onto her face. Picks up the Vandal, and now she stands a fighting chance, but does not quite expect Twirly to be coming up from behind. She does turn around at this second. You can see with the way that they're peeking out one by one, just jiggling around the walls, the corners, OGX are just buying time. 16 HP left, and she cannot stand for long. OGX continues forward with this momentum.
Great momentum there for OGX, and a bit of a, I think Japeeps is saying a bit of sorry here to Emmy, because that flash, I think it was popped out a little bit delayed there, because Emmy was so ready to take on that kill, and Japeeps was there, you know, just providing her that assistance, but given that both of them were blind, both of them were shooting across that space, but eventually, of course, GE got the kill, and at that point, right, they were so careful too. Twirly, even if she got the ace in the previous round, she did not overheat. She wanted to secure that round for the team, so she dealt a little bit of damage. But when the time came, Casper was there to peek out with her. I love the changes that we see here from Orangutan X compared to how they played yesterday, because yesterday it's as if they were playing individually. But now they're waiting for their teammates to rotate, a little bit more of those calls and coordinated when it comes to the push. So I think that's one of the reasons why too, that even during the offense, like GE doesn't really have that much to work with, except for, you know, surprising them and emerging from smokes, just like how Kiri wanted to do last round.
You're 100% correct, because in all of these rounds, even on the defensive half, Orangutan X are playing together, and we saw it with how Japip supported Twirly from earlier on. This time, they're going with a full rush in towards the B site, and it's a good read, because Global Esports Phoenix, with how defensive or passive they're playing, they've decided to leave B to Byla, who, unfortunately this time, the trips are going to get picked off by the Trailblazer. Showstopper into her feet as well. And now looky here. I mean, maybe footsteps hurt, but this does buy time off of the spike as well. Rose down to 20 HP too. Everyone's gonna peek out from hookah. Gotta love how Emmy plays these fort positions. Whenever the spike's down, she's not afraid to go even deeper in, and with the Blade Storm, unfortunately a bit of a whiff, but thanks to this, her teammates are able to peek out off of it. Still though, angle's being held. It's a big firing squad, and the damage has been done! Japip's just peeking off the off angle though. They didn't expect it. One wall bang, 3 kills. It's going to be Orangutan X reaching match point.
Just when you thought that GE Phoenix will finally have another round, no, Japeeps just stopped at everything. She saw the head, the second kill though, with that quick peek there from her. It was just amazing, and a beautiful clutch for Japeeps. I mean, GE had a good idea during the time. They all just went together. They wanted to overwhelm with the numbers, but you know, it's just really numbers for Japeeps. She just can't count. 1, 2, and kill.
And the timing on those two. Now though, back into it. And it's the same setup from Global Esports Phoenix Donut. Not really changing around too much, perhaps. Meow on top of the truck, trying to set up for something as they try to push in. We've already spent the Sky Smokes, Kiri. Just trying to block them off and buy more time, but recognizing that this is the final fight from Global Esports Phoenix, Orangutan X are taking it really slow, but what? Oh, we see her feet. Oh, there she's pinging it out. She's tapping away, and Emmy gets the kill through a wall thing.
That's gonna hurt. No legs. And one less member of G Phoenix for this one. Quite a reveal there, but no kill just yet. And OGX, they are also overwhelming this. Look at how they're positioned towards the map. But one by one, what was that positioning for Twirly? She pushed out of the smoke.
Gunner, my ult's ready.
And that's what you get to do with Sky Smokes. Aruma, the big support, but now the answer comes back from Global Esports Phoenix. The orbital strike, and Aruma is kind of pinned down. She has to go in for the fight. Stick it to halfway, though. It's gonna be Faila, and Kiri peeks out with a judge. So we bring things back for just a second. It's gonna be 12-5.
Yeah, they really invested a lot during that round. I mean, you mentioned that before it even started, that it could be potentially the last round. So GE Phoenix, they gave it their all.
I've got your
numbers-wise, investment, look at that. 4 people in the A site. First kill goes to OGX, but the fight was there for Byla, and as well as Kiri just holding down that judge. But this time, I mean, for a defending strategy, that could work probably once or twice, but you still have a lot to climb. It's 7 rounds for them to have these clean defense before, if they want to really win this map.
It's gonna be difficult if I'm being honest, Donut. 7 rounds in a row, and they are trying to switch things up. Look at the positioning this time, trying to take the fight towards long, but OGX are ready for the peaks. Shapips gets the shot, and then the Rolling Thunder comes through. Oh my god! The headshot still connects! First shot accuracy, who cares? She just holds it down. Now pushes out, trying to pick up a Vandal. Muffin secures that spacing with the Hunter's Fury, but Orangutan X with the double duelist composition. Emmy has managed to sneak her way in through to the A site. Spike planted, 3 HP on Muffin. Tries to turn away from the flash, but she can't hold it any longer. Emmy, 2 kills back to back. Orangutan X close it.
That's a great way to end this map because of Orangutan X and how Emmy played, right? That's really how an entry should be. Checking all of the corners, ensuring that you get those kills, and delivering the last final blow against GE Phoenix. And I love that, at least for the second try, when the peeps wanted to, you know, provide a little bit of assistance. That flash, it did deliver and gave Emmy those 2 final kills.
I mean, that said, you know, we have to love these double duelists, but also, it's not over yet. We still got maybe 2 more maps. Let's see what happens on the next one. And you have to think that Global Esports Phoenix has what it takes, because they were the ones who took down RQ Kaguya yesterday. So our panelists, they're going to break this down. Let's see what you have to say, Mika and Daks. Take it away.
Thank you very much, casters. And there you have it, Orangutan X with Bind. And I feel like, you know, for the side of Global Esports Phoenix, there were just too many rounds where there were too many errors here. And it's going to be a tough thing to be able to gain back that morale as they get into the second map, because it feels like there were just so many small errors that really should not have been, you know, there.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, right, for Orangutan X, they cleaned up some of the mistakes that they've had last time they were on Bind on the attacking side. They checked their corners a little bit better. They're able to get some clear outs. But then again, it's not just, of course, the performance of the team, but you saw moments there from Emmy, moments especially from Japips, and we've seen from Japips, she's kind of taken more of a backline role for the squad. She's still as lethal as proven in that last map, but she's more so supporting what Emmy and Twirly are gonna do. In clutch moments, though, she can step on up, and really for Orangutan X, the fact that they've set the pace in terms of contact from the start of the game really set the tone for the rest of this map, because GE was always trying to play catch-up in terms of the frags themselves.
Exactly. And you always saw GE kind of like, you know, they were pretty much caught. It was so easy for Orangutan X to be able to pincer them. And I know that Twirly here is the MVP on the side of Orangutan X, but my eyes were on Emmy just because she was kind of like this, monster in the dark or something. You weren't sure where exactly she would pop out from, and it just felt like, because of that factor, Global Esports Phoenix just had to be on their toes and like watching their backs the entire time because they weren't exactly sure. She would come from the strangest angles.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of the double duelist the Orangutan X plays in a map like this. When Emmy and Twirly are online together and synced on up, they are just an absolute menace to deal with. And you saw the kills, right? They were dead even in terms of the kills. We remember the ace that Twirly got on the Thrifty in the second half. And we've seen so much in this game. Orangutan X was the one in control. GE, they would have their moments, they would have their clutch times, they would also have some stellar flanks along the way. But something that the casters were able to mention is early on, they were trying to take a few too ambitious fights, and it was Orangutan who always took advantage with those picks.
Yes, exactly. And I feel like it was also like for Global Esports Phoenix, they really weren't putting themselves, their positioning, they weren't putting themselves in the literal positions for them to be able to win, for them to be able to get favorable angles. And I feel like, it was just too easy for Orangutan X to read them, especially when, they would probably when Orangutan X would get those first frags and they would suddenly be caught off guard. And suddenly it was all too easy for the apes to descend on down to Global Esports.
Rise of Planet of Orangutan, and we're seeing this yet again. When Orangutan gets off to a good start, you are ready for even more to come from them. But of course, we're going to that second map. We're going into Haven, which is even better for Orangutan X. I do wonder if Global Esports can play catch-up.
I do wonder indeed. We're going to get our answer to that right after this quick break, because when we return, we're going straight into map number 2. We will be right back.
Enemy down.
Stay down.
I know exactly where.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Dusted.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Down. Satchel out.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining.
So hard to see the light when the weight of the world is mine. But now I will not
Welcome back, everybody. We are heading into map number 2 right now between Orangutan X and Global Esports Phoenix. We saw earlier that Orangutan X managed to take Bind with very, very little problems. And now going into Haven, I would say both of these teams have a pretty good track record on this map. But when you can take Haven off of FULLSENSE Sapphire, I would say that maybe that slightly favors that said team, which is Orangutan X.
Oh yeah, Orangutan X, they picked this map, and like my good old partner Black and Blue loves to do the transitive property, right? If Orangutan X beat FULLSENSE and FULLSENSE beat SMG on this map, does that mean Orangutan has the best Haven here in Game Changers? Well, the stats can pretty much say so as well, Mika. They haven't dropped this at all. We mentioned it during the draft. This is their perfect pick right now to try and end it all. And really for GE Phoenix, they've already made their history to make it this top 4. They need to do so yet again just to survive to fight for Fracture.
I would prefer not to get like too mathematical about everything, but I mean, of course, we do have to look at the numbers, right? For example, for the side of Global Esports Phoenix, they have had actually a lot of experience on Haven, a lot of practice on Haven here for this current open. On the side of Orangutan X, we've only seen them twice, I believe, here on Haven, but both times were quite a dominant win. Well, FULLSENSE Sapphire, I would say it was like pretty close, but if you can take it off of them, you'd be pretty happy.
Yeah, and you look back into the history again of Orangutan and GE. They played off against each other on Haven. It was the map number 2 in their series in the last open. And we saw from Orangutan X that if you don't stop them and their aggression, then that's where GE can crumble. It already happened on Bind. It can happen more so here on on Haven, rather, on the attacking side. And truthfully, I look at this matchup right now, and it's not just the battle of the Jets between Muffin and Twirly, but there's a big matchup right now on the Astra's. Casper on one side, who has been so stellar on the Agent, versus Meow on the other. And we see that kind of adjustment from GE, where they swap around the duelists. They put either Muffin on an initiator, they put Meow on a controller, if that's going to be the configuration, but it's still that big step up. Have GE Phoenix learned enough from the previous series, from the previous map, to mitigate the aggression that Orangutan X brings to the table? Because it seemed like near the end of the game, yes, they did stumble, yes, they did fall at the very end, but there was more of a chance for them, especially at the end of that first half, Mika, wherein they were able to find angles and the fight.
Yeah, and I also feel like, you mentioned that it's going to be an Astra showdown here, but I will also be looking at the backline. I'll be looking at the Killjoy matchup that we were talking about earlier as well, between Aruma and Viola, especially since she's the newest member to come on board to Global Esports Phoenix. We keep talking about it, but she's 15 days old into the roster, right? And which is a big ask coming here into Open 2, and now you're up against Orangutan X, potentially FULLSENSE Sapphire as well, within the same day, right? So it's a tall order for her. This is probably her biggest challenge yet. So I'm going to be looking at that matchup very closely. There's also an interesting matchup between Kiri and Japeeps here, who will probably be doing the Sova showdown here.
Yeah, and you know what they can pretty much do. Japeeps is pretty much the secret weapon of Orangutan X in a pinch. When the front line kind of falls on the part, she can be relied on. And once we're getting into Haven, I look towards GE, and it's more of the team effort that you need. We talk about individual head-to-heads, but for Global Esports, what works is when they stack on up, when they pull these rotations. And on a map like Haven, it's pretty possible for them. The only concern right now for Orangutan, I guess, is since you still have Emmy, she's going to be playing that Breach. She already popped off in that last game on the Jet role, but now going back to a more supporting cast status for her, will Orangutan X find that balance yet again?
As we predicted, Daks, it's our mirror matchup right here. Everybody's got somebody to focus on, at least. And I feel like all of these head-to-heads are actually really, really interesting, right? You're seeing not only the skill showdown, but how well these teams can really pull everything together. Like we mentioned at the start of the panel, right? It's the theme for the series is the chemistry, especially when we're dealing with rosters that are still adjusting. So it's like, what version will they be on day 1 versus the version that they will be on day 4 and on day 5, right? It has to be evolution that is, exponentially growing here for these teams, especially since they're playing under such pressure.
Yeah, we had this concern for Orangutan, especially with all those changes, some of those for GE, but they still stuck on that core anyway. And in the end, we have 2 different outlooks of control. For Orangutan, control of contact. On the other side for GE, it's control of rotations. Which style will win, I wonder?
I wonder indeed, but we don't need to wonder for much longer, because we can toss it on over to our casters to get into map number 2.
OGX wins, then are OGX the best Haven team for GC APAC? Now, we all know that stats can be defied here each and every day that Game Changers progresses. What do you think, Quack?
I think so, because, you know, we could talk about all the different match histories. We could talk about Orangutan X, you know, taking out FULLSENSE Sapphire. But then also, Global Esports Phoenix lost to Haven to SMG most recently, 13-1. So it's really scary sometimes, but you never know. I mean, they left it open for a reason, and you can see why Orangutan X picked it. But when you go down into the server, when you go down into the game, things could be very different.
Yeah, and I think the biggest difference here would be really Global Esports showing us how it's going to be done here in Haven, because, you know, earlier on the panelists were talking about Fracture, and we don't really want to get to map number 3 because of OGX's stacked up wins there in that map. They have a lot of experience, even if, like, for example, Chloe choosing Fade over her comfort role, which is a Sentinel, they still won that map really quite surprisingly. So GE, they have to really give it the best that they've got in this map, and especially that they're starting off on the defense. We've seen more basically like shines of light during their defense, and now we're off to like a very slow start here by OGX, just backing away.
Similar to what we saw in Bind, right? They're very careful about how they want to approach things, and maybe they're even trying to bait out pieces of utility. It definitely puts a lot of question marks in the minds of Global Esports Phoenix, as you can see that they're not really pushing out so much. In fact, it's Meow with her positioning on towards C as she jump peeks for information. The team is just kind of anticipating that someone could be close by. But right now, information instantly spotted, so let's just see how Meow can actually try to hold on to the site with everything smoked off. Poorly coming back around, getting some flicks over, and the trade still sounding true. Casper getting the instant frag back on towards Meow, and even though Byla tried to approach out from defender spawned, this is going to be Global Esports Phoenix playing with a bit of a deficit. Aruma inside of the garage window, though, is something that they really don't expect. So second frag now coming through. Kiri, although she's still trying to push forward, all of a sudden now has turned towards her back. And peeking in and out, still with the Nebula upwards, Orangutan X secures the first win.
Yeah, if there is anybody else that you should be watching out for, it should really be Aruma. She is very deadly as the Killjoy. And earlier on, she was so sly as the Brimstone for the team and Bind. With no with the lack of the Sentinels for the team, she was really an anchor, and even more deadly during the offense, right? She finds her timings, and
One
there was
enemy
nothing that
remaining.
goes through at that
Team
point.
A.
But also the amount of the clean kills that OGX was able to get during that round was really why the pistol round should really be theirs.
Yeah, the first two opening ones, right, Donut? Still, though, we kind of saw how Global Esports Phoenix plays on this following round, and yeah, it's that site stack and leaving one player on the lurk. This time, it's going to be Muffin with her Marshall on towards C. Doesn't really see anyone. The rest of the team slowly pushing up together with all classics in hand. Straight up towards window. To Pips, she sees him, goes back in to spray, run, and gun triple kill. Well, that leaves Muffin Loop alone.
Yeah, I thought that would be big for GE Phoenix if they found the timing, but it was bigger for Japips. But Muffin Loop, she's fighting and getting these kills. The first one, though, there are still 4 remaining.
Repositions back towards garage. She hears the hops. Thing is, just needs to get that distance in. Aruma just instantly backing off as well. And, well, it's kind of like the whole ring around the rosy thing again. The spike just slowly taking off. Everyone from Orangutan X are watching through middle. She swaps over to a Spectre and manages to get one more frag, though, so that's not too bad. Another ultimate point. One more for Casper as well. And the spike going off.
If there's anything, that round was a game of hide and seek. The team members of GE Phoenix hiding in the middle. But then, of course, it's going to be Japeeps finding them and getting the kills, at least most of them, during that bloodbath fight. And at the end of it, right, Muffin Loop just trying to find the timing to get those kills. But Aruma just backs away. She knows when to move from the crosshairs of Muffin Loop. And this time, though, now that they have the buys, OGX does have a decent Bulldog and a Spectre for them in terms of firepower. But I'm not doubting at all Twirly's Ghost could potentially get the first kill.
Well, she did kind of have the crosshair placement, just not quite connecting it. You gotta respect the rifles in the hands of Global Esports Phoenix after all. Main thing is, if she can hold this position long enough to buy some rotations over, maybe get a couple of picks, pick up a weapon or two, this could be big for Orangutan X. The support is here from her teammate, but still a very precarious spot to be in as Kiri swings out and takes her down. Spike, however, in all this time will go down towards the B site, and the links have been smoked off. Allows for Casper to set up camp in towards back site. Aruma now trying to do her thing, going through garage, but this time Global Esports Phoenix expects it. Two players outside by window and they managed to take her down, but all of this just buys a little bit more time as well. Casper has to flick back and forth, can't quite do it as the entire team surrounds her. Two players left and they are just dumping utility now. Emmy trying to do what she can, but well, I think we actually might have enough time. Japeeps just might have done it. She did, getting the kill all the way from window, and Emmy's still alive. This is the bonus round win for Orangutan X.
Yeah, and that wasn't what we expected, right? GE Phoenix, they had everything in terms of the steps for the retake. Ensure that we have the info, that's check. Clear every corner, check. But what they didn't know was the amount of utility that OGX had to offer during that post plant. First, the aftershock, and then the recon bolt. And even if there were a lot of heads there, even the placement of that smoke, I really doubted at that point because nobody else was trying to protect the one defending the spike. So GE Phoenix, there's a lot to recover from that round. They don't have enough for this fourth. Muffin Loop just tries to get the kill, but just backs away. Damage has been done to her instead.
You can check positions. How do you check utility, donut? You can't really, right? You just have to make a mental note. And right now, the mental note that Orangutan X are making is that, well, GE had a couple of players outside of A and still not expecting them to peek out from A short. That's going to be Casper losing her head. No more smokes available for Orangutan X. They still have a lot of guns, though, so maybe this just comes down to the duels! I said it! And Kiri comes up big, but not before Aruma comes back in for the trade. Now, Sight in control. Spike will go down. 3 sheriffs coming up from Global Esports Phoenix. I like that you see Meow16K on a bit of a flank, though, because she might be able to retrieve a weapon from that spot. Twirly is going to try to push further in. Who's going to be deadlier here is the question, Donut. Turret placed out, and it does bait the peek in. Twirly just kind of thrown off, wants to get herself out of dodge. So the Aftershock does buy a bit of time. Nanostorm as well. Meow, she's managed to pick up the Vandal, and she's coming up from long now. Able to get the first, gets a second. Aruma has to stay alive. The Nanostorm burns Meow away, and that just might have done it. Rose, 2 rounds left in the chamber, and now she's just looking for the final frag. That's the best that she can hope for, but it's still a round win for OGX.
Yeah, they did everything that they could do at that round. I mean, Meow16K getting the kills from the back. You said that the flank could make all of the difference. But at that point, it was time also, ticking away because of that spike. You said it was also about the duels, but at this point, OGX really won them. Of course, because of the sheriffs in hand for GEX, I feel like it was all about how they were positioned on towards the site and how they would want to try and eliminate the team of OGX one by one. They did get
Yeah.
the side already, but Aruma was still there, just holding down. Even with herself, smoked off, she could still potentially get that win because of all of the traps really laid out on towards that side.
The traps. I mean, I think that's the kind of thing. The round at the start, right, Donut? It looked kind of sloppy. Losing a couple players with Curie and then maybe Rose with their sheriffs. It was a good bit of damage, but then the trades came through. And the one thing that kind of always perturbs me about Global Esports Phoenix is sometimes if they're on the other side of the map, they take so long to rotate over that by the time they, secure positions or even get frags on the site, they can't defuse.
Yeah, they just want to be sure. And probably the call was if and when the spike is planted, and then that's when they move. But I guess that type of movement and that type of call just really, they couldn't find any more opportunities to get those kills. Because even if, like, Meow 16 was there for the flank, she did move quite slow even as she was closing in on the spike, and it left them with around 12 seconds before Rose can actually diffuse it. So yeah, I mean, the timing when it comes to the rotations is something that GE should be able to improve.
But sometimes it's also like maybe Meow really had no choice, right? Because she wanted to really come in with this flank and not make a single peep so that OGX would not be able to expect her, especially since she's picked up a Vandal. She did manage to get 2 kills with that after all, but I don't know. Maybe sometimes just, asking for your teammates to buy their attention, divert the attention away from OGX so that they would spend more time towards defender spawn, make more noise with, utility, or just spamming shots away. That could allow for Meow to creep up a little bit more safely, perhaps. Just maybe. But whatever it is right now, it's a tech pause, Donut. This seems to happen whenever I'm around.
Actually, I think that is true. Yesterday, we didn't really have a technical pause. We had a lot of timeouts, which is, essential if you want to win. But I think this is glued to you.
Okay, I see where this is going. Yeah, it is my. I'm really sorry, everyone. It's my fault. You can divert all the hate towards me, but the main thing is, I want to think about how Global Esports Phoenix can come back into this. You've got the Blade Storm, you've got the Cosmic Divide, and since they saved from the previous round, they've managed to buy up. And given the damage that they did, they also put a dent in Orangutan X's economy. So although this is a 0-4, I dare say that if GE Phoenix can win this round, they might be able to start chaining more wins together.
Yeah, and I think it's also the variety of how they would defend the sites, right? Because you would really see how accurate they are. They would usually just hold these defensive positions like behind the boxes on the C site. They're in a link, but in terms of the push, I think they tried it during the second round when they were on pistols. I think they should try more of those to try and catch OGX off guard. The first thing that they could really take a look at would be the variety of how they would defend. Mix it up a little bit, provide a little bit of aggression, catch OGX off guard. But the second one is it's all about the timing of the rotations. I think we pointed that out earlier on. If they've managed to find those timings and they play as a team, set up these crossfires for the retake, or even try and defend the site just like this, right? Then they may be able to find a chance.
What? Wait! Oh, you're talking about finding a chance, and somehow by chance or by skill, Muffin Loop turns around and gets a spray transfer. Twirly continues to go with a shorty, and she managed to cut them off just as they try to push in for a second. Spike will go down, Rolling Thunder in, and they want Garage. But here comes that Owl drone. No, Kiri! I think it was a recon, I'm not too sure, but the Hunter's Fury is what really did it all at the end. Her teammate gone, and now the spike open. She goes in for the stick, managed to get it halfway, but here comes OGX, Twirly from C Long, and well, Kiri does not expect it. So Talking all of it up, it's still going to be 5-0 for OGX.
Yeah, with that round though, I guess if Gary didn't really, you know, take a team kill, would that have been a different story? Or at the same time, at least during that round, we had Muffin Loop and Meow 16K with both of their ultimates. They still have it online now. There could be some ultimate economy management that they are dealing with at the moment, because at that point, right, if you already have your cosmic divide and you hear that fast push, what are you first gonna do? Would you let Muffin Loop, you know, try and take those kills, or try to defend it as much as you can? I think that there were a lot of quote unquote slips during that time, that specific round, but you know,
from OGX as well, right?
yeah, from OGX too, for sure. But it just has to be which team would be able to recover from those slip-ups, I guess.
Yeah.
And OGX just really manages to do so well.
And they did, with Twirly dashing in on a shorty and everyone getting those trades at the end. I mean, talking about slip-ups, yes, you know, OGX definitely did a little, and that's kind of how Muffin Loop picks up her double. But at the same time, I do want to commend Kiri, because although that was a bit of a team kill, you could see her idea for trying to block off Garage. Meow, she wanted to protect her, and just happened to get caught in line of sight. Now, it's going to be the full buy. It's going to be a full save from Global Esports Phoenix. So full rush straight in towards the C site and the Cosmic Divide to block them off.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of time before that actually
Wow, the
just
placement
falls
of
down.
it.
Here.
It's a tiny little gap.
They can actually creep in, and then probably just push out. But Muffin Loop for that first kill might be a big difference. But Iruma just really pushing through, getting all of these kills. But Kiri is there to deliver, and Muffin Loop clean things up with the Blade Storm. Element of surprise was seen for GE Phoenix, and they get the first round. Quack.
And it's one of those rounds where we're just going a little bit faster. We have Muffin coming up from the flank with her Blade Storm. I guess something that maybe Orangutan X didn't really anticipate or play around. So the first rack really opens things up. And at the same time, you know, we were kind of talking about the space and how they have to rotate faster. They did. They managed to push out of the Cosmic Divide, and Orangutan X, just everyone got eliminated. So able to buy back up now, and we were talking about that economy because of all those kills from the previous rounds. OGX can't really buy back up, save for Torley, of course, but she's on a Phantom and she has a Blade Storm. What's she planning to do?
Probably just, you know, feel safe if they... Oh, and that investment just put to waste there. Meow 16 just gets the kill.
I was wondering if she was trying to sell a bit of a fake, but she went straight from mid to B. Global Esports Phoenix just gets a read on this. A good frenzy kill, though, from Iruma. And we're trying to trade things up, but at the same time, we've lost a couple of players now, so we're going to have to reassess the situation. Iruma, just able to sneak up by this entrance outside of B. Can't really spot anyone. Nobody peeks in or out, so that's that discipline from Global Esports Phoenix.
Yeah, I think the reason why they're going to A is they have the lockdown as well, so that's able to buy up some space. And if ever using these short-range weapons with the Frenzy and the Spectre, they'll be able to at least cover a bit of ground here
30 seconds left.
near where the entries are. But Muffin Loop is
Spike planted.
trying her best.
Nowhere to
Get the
run!
first kill.
Whoa. Yeah, I was thinking about it. Then the Hunter's Fury comes out really early. Lockdown now placed, and it just forces Global Esports Phoenix into their line of sight. Well, Muffin Loop is prepared to fight, and she gets the heads-up duel. Aruba tries to fight back as well and picks up a Vandal, but only 7 rounds left in the mag, and not expecting Muffin Loop to push into the Nebula. She's gonna get taken out instead. 3K for Muffin on this round, and a second win for Global Esports Phoenix.
Yeah, that lockdown put down a little bit late gave them a bit of confidence. Just smoke every entry point or every site
You should
for GX, and then they would push out forward. That gave them more confidence actually. And Muffin Loop just getting all of these kills, first clearing out a main, and then moving in towards short once that lockdown really hit. But I think one of the things that GE Phoenix
Right
did
here.
so well was the confidence. They knew that OGX was on
Revealing area.
eco.
Get out of my
There
way.
they are.
And they confidently took those fights, especially with Muffin Loop at the helm. Definitely a questionable round from OGX in the previous one. But now they've managed to save up. We've got the buys. We've got the Blade Storm from Torley, and she was trying to fly upwards to see if anyone was hiding behind this one little corner. Curie has managed to sneak in thanks to those nebulas, though, and now the Blade Storm, well, and the Owl Drone comes out. Surely they shove her out of this one spot, though, and with the Aftershock spent, she's gonna have to back off. She hears the footsteps. The flash comes out, and that's gonna be Curie able to find the first. Rose coming in with a big assist at the crucial time. Rolling Thunder popped as well. Oh my god. Emmy tries to save her team. It's gonna be the flashpoint popped. Aruma continues to spray despite being knocked up, and she manages to get one. Rose shoots back though, and then the recon bolt. Japips wants blood. She definitely smells it, but everyone just backs off. Sensing danger, Muffin Loop trying to stay alive. You want to protect your queen on the board, but the main thing right now, Donut, is
30
gonna be
seconds
Byla
I need
in
it
this
concealed.
one little corner. I don't think Orangutan X expects this at all. Aruma trying to pull off a lurk of her own. Meanwhile, the team heads towards the A site.
Yeah, it's gonna be another hide and seek, but I think Bilo did catch her a bit.
Here.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Oh,
Kill.
come on.
Ninja Creeps here with 5 seconds. She is gonna be courageous there with no time to plant the spike. Runs
Scanning
out of
ahead.
time, and another round for GE Phoenix. It was all about the timing.
What
I
do you
love
say,
the
bro?
idea of
Ready to stretch your
going
wings?
back to the A site because it was more of a distraction. The silence there let GE Phoenix think that they would already be rotating, but Byla actually, it wasn't just a corner. The amount of space that she took, but the information that she had, because it was so silent. Now she passed that
10
on
seconds
to
left.
her team members.
enemy
I assumed that it could be A, and that's why
Died.
Muffin Loop was there and ready, and even Rose here to try and buy more time through that stun.
The timing on the rotation towards the A side, you're talking about how quiet it was. And the idea is great, but you really have to credit how Muffin Loop has been playing these past 3 rounds, because she's the one holding down the line. She's the one kind of picking up on a lot of these heads-up duels. As OGX tried to, get the spike planted towards A as they tried to approach in, Muffin Loop got the first frag, and that bought so much time away from Japips. Although Japips does get those trades and those frags at the end, can't really do much with it. If your teammates are gone, and with that fault line being sent into you as well. So, well played from Global Esports Phoenix, and the past 3 rounds have been a little bit sloppy from Orangutan X. Let's see if they can pull themselves together after this timeout.
It's interesting to me that Meow16K still has this Cosmic Divide. She hasn't really used it either to defend or for the retake just yet. Probably they're saving it for something big and with another combination of an ultimate. But let's see, because Byla has the lockdown too, so this is going to be a crucial utility for them to try and opt for the retake. But Twirly knows Rose is here, and she does! She gets the kill!
Cuts her head clean off. Oh, Byla holds Garage on her own as well. And she has been doing so much with these silent positioning plays. Now Twirly's gonna be the one going through trying to eliminate her, and she does! Oh my god! A 3rd kill in the round! I thought that Byla might have been able to use the lockdown, but not anymore!
Deploying drone.
Curie going to try to flush Twirly out of position, puts out the Owl Drone, tags on the Casper instead, and Twirly just manages to hold her ground. The Owl Drone expires, and now she hops up. The spike's about to go off. Twirly's continuing to go in, buying more time away. Oh no, the tailwind whips, and Twirly 1v8! She gets it! 88 yes, one tapped away. It's Orangutan X 6-3.
Each and every map, Twirly gets an ace. Earlier in Bide, it was a pistol round, and this time they had a strategy to uncover here. They smoked out the side of the back bomb there.
One enemy remaining.
And she just crashed through. Instead of it being Iruma, it was her, and she was being a nuisance, dancing around the site, getting the kills one by one. And that was just amazing from her. She was just really, you know, not using a recon bolt, she was using her own body just to get that information.
So aggressive, so fast into B, and then slips in and takes Garage. This time she's in towards short. And well, Global Esports Phoenix is just trying to get a lucky tap onto her Rose, trying to get information off of this as well, but okay, now we're a little bit more serious on trying to pin down to what? She got pulled in and she still landed a shot despite. Oh my
Spike
goodness!
down, B.
She crouches and she gets it. Global Esports Phoenix tries to apply pressure elsewhere, and they do manage to get a couple of frags, but then the spike goes down towards the B side. Donut. The Hunter Sphere does not do anything.
Nothing to stop and nothing to destroy though, but Viola has her lockdown, and that's gonna cover the whole front of the B site. But mind you, this has been what OGX has been planning for the post plant. Use all that utility. First, Japeeps uses the drone, but Kiri knows that somebody's behind that. So there's no spamming. If they actually held that, at least to half, then they would have won the round. But Kiri goes big with a double and transfer, and Japeeps gets the headshot, but finishes up the round. OGX, bit messy, but they clean it up with a 7.
And just with the final few seconds, it's all thanks to Japips with her sharp shooting accuracy outside of window. Again, with all of these rounds, you have to commend how Orangutan X are able to recover from their losses. Losing a little bit of space because of the lockdown from Bila and maybe a bit of a frag from Curie as well. I mean, that double spray transfer was great, but then, oh my god, Orangutan X, this time, trying to spread themselves across the board. They're playing default.
Twirly has been trying to play in A main space ever since they started on attack. And that's good though, because it keeps GE Phoenix away, trying to keep them off the track.
What is Muffin is under mid window.
Yeah, and she gets the first kill.
Phylon wants the Vandal, or at least to get further information. Orangutan X having gotten a little bit of control over A. They've, I think they were thinking that they got the rotations baited over to the A site, but because of those tiny couple of frags outside of C, outside of mid, I think Global Esports Phoenix has this situation red, donut.
Yeah, they win A main control, but they lose mid altogether. And Muffin Loop is here with that quick blade. What was that second shot? A jump through and a headshot?
It's just magical things happening in front of our eyes. 2 players left from OGX, and with the Cosmic Divide, they're trying to hold their ground. Japips able to get one more, but as she goes back towards Garage, Global Esports Phoenix, with their lines of sight locking down those angles, they turn us into a 4-7.
Yeah, they did try to win A main because they wanted to at least slowly creep up there, but as they rotated, Muffin Loop has been so great. You mentioned this. She's always going to be in the front lines, catching the first person off guard there in mid, and then instantly rotating where she needs to be with that Blade Storm. The second shot, though, during that time, when she updrafted, it was kind of like a drive-by kill, fadeaway shot, and it's magnetic to the heads of OGX. Now they have to be careful about her being on the front lines. Swirling tries to answer back with her pushing forward, getting the dink, but not the kill.
Oh! Well, despite the dinks, you can't do anything against the judge. And Orangutan X continue to push outside of C-Long. They managed to bring control back towards their side. Spike will now be planted, but Utility not so great for Orangutan X, perhaps, except for Japips and her shock darts. Casper holding the off angle though, able to do the damage, and Emmy cleans it up. Rose, despite her best efforts, will not be able to turn this into a 7-5. It's gonna be an 8-4 instead.
Yeah, but an 8-4 is really better than anything that we could imagine, at least for GE Phoenix. They lost 4 rounds straight, but they emerged victorious for some of the rounds. But let's hear what the panel has to say for the first half in Haven.
8-4, not a 9-3 at least, but it still is heavily favoring Orangutan X. I like what I'm seeing more here from Global Esports Phoenix though. You're seeing them dare to push Orangutan X, like pull them out of whatever strategy they had prepared for Haven, right? You can see them kind of like, you know, trying to get them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, we were talking about it near the end of the first map. We saw from Global Esports there was a lot more of a fight in them, that they tried to just pick apart the step-by-step process of Orangutan X, and you saw it, right? Players like Viola getting into really good angles, Muffin willing to challenge as well. Global Esports could stand toe-to-toe with Orangutan X for a number of those rounds. But in the end, though, it's still overwhelming from Orangutan, and it's a twofold thing. One, their executes are absolutely sublime. They're very quick at getting into those sites and forcing that contact. And two, we're getting some vintage players back on track here, Mika. Not only do we get vintage Japeeps where she's just fragging out on a very comfortable Sova, being absolutely clutch as before, but I'm seeing twirly shades of those Bren Victress days. The second ace of the series on the second map. She just takes command. She's not just a human recon bolt. She is just there to take every single player of Global Esports down. And for Orangutan, that's what has bailed them out in many a situation. Their overwhelming firepower has kept GE on their toes.
And you can see it, right? The renewed confidence, I guess, in Twirly when she knows that she has that support from initiators like Emmy and Japeeps, right? She knows that they have her back, so she's not scared at all. You can see those fearless plays, the same fearless plays that we did see, as you mentioned, Daks, in the Bren Victress race, right? When she was backed up by Alexi, for example. But I think that, like, you know, on the side of Orangutan X, now that the side switch, they need to be able to sustain that momentum, because as we saw from the earlier map, they can wobble a little bit for the first few, but we're gonna see if they can manage to stabilize it, especially since they need that stability heading into what could potentially be a very long day for them. But let's see how this turns out. Over back to the casters.
Thank you very much, Mika and Daks. Hearing the name Bren Victress again, Donut, just it kind of makes you feel things, you know?
Yeah, it's very nostalgic here. I mean, it was really I could imagine the glory days year, but given the shuffles and the shifts that we're seeing brand new stories from the likes of GE Phoenix now and the team of OGX. No matter how OG Japeeps would be, there's still something new to see for this team.
Well, apart from Japeeps so far, Muffin Loop has been the big opener for Global Esports Phoenix, and now she's managing to go all the way towards the back of sight. The support from Rose is great, and the flashpoint completely blinds Twirly. Meow even pushes in off of it. Byla here to hold as well. A couple more frags, and that's all they need. Muffin Loop holds the angle, and that's going to be the pistol round win for Global Esports Phoenix.
That is it. Muffin Loop earlier you're on, just carrying in that momentum. And I think the panel mentioned that stability that is seen, that should be expected from OGX, but GE Phoenix, they're the ones carrying this on. And in terms of consistency, Muffin Loop has been so great on being in the front lines. And at the moment, right, look at her KDA. She's 18-9, topping the server at the moment. And I love that follow-through support of Rose. If it's gonna be extended to OGX, I think Rose being so carefree. Muffin Loop is now. Look at her.
Unleashed, Donut. She's even just bravely taking a step down A-long in towards the site. Japeeps is a little bit more paranoid on the other hand. She knows she has to watch long, but she also has to look at short as well in case there's a secondary push. And here it comes, just a spray through the nebula. Twirly gone as well. Emmy able to do a bit of damage from hell, and that's the best that they can hope for. Aruma's the only one left. She's making her way downtown through A-Link. with nothing but a turret and a classic. Creeps up front. And the rest of them are just holding these angles. I mean, you know this setup. 1 by A short, the crossfire setup, 1 extra inside of hell. And the fault line comes out. They're gonna start hunting. Alright, not yet. I got a little bit overexcited. Aruma's just trying to do whatever she can, right? She doesn't want to give away any more alt points. I mean, look at this. Rose is 3 away from her Rolling Thunder. So just waiting out the time, die to the spike, that's a bit of a win as well.
Yeah, that's a win. At least the ult orb goes to her instead of GE Phoenix. But I love that you mentioned that she was making her way downtown, but you know what she really
Walking
needed?
fast.
Yes. She needs her teammates at that point. But yeah, I think everything else during that round really went in favor of GE Phoenix. There were scattered nebulas all throughout the site, and Rose had a great idea. Maybe somebody would be hiding behind that smoke. And she just spammed through both of those smokes and got headshots through it and confirmed 2 kills. And because of that, right, they already took control of that site. Mikafabs here, yet again, just quick and fast, just claiming mid for her own, but Twirly, and as well as Emmy's just waiting for them in a crossfire.
Oh, the crossfire is good. She spots a sliver, but here comes that same setup. Aftershock, and then Muffin Loop to go in towards the back of sight. Japips this time was ready to receive. And off the quick contact, Global Esports Phoenix make the fast push in towards C. Recon not quite landed where you want it to be, so it's a great read, a great hold from OGX, the last player coming up from long. The spike lost, and well, kind of delivered over to OGX. A good peek and a good headshot, but that's the best they can get. And now we have a very nice scoreline. It's going to be 6-9. OGX coming back.
Yeah, only 1 casualty there, and it was Japips. They could easily buy up another rifle for the next round because of the kills that they stacked up, so that wouldn't really necessarily be a problem. But the amount of effort that Japips was able to do for that specific round was rotate towards B, get the first kill, try her best to defend Twirly, who was at the top, who was so exposed. So that defense during that round was not just to defend the spike, but also to defend your teammates who were struggling in that round. And a quick rotation towards C, wherein she tucked herself thereby logs, and she gets 2 kills because of just that position that she held. GE Phoenix, though, in terms of this attack, they should be, you know, more cautious about where OGX would usually B, because these normal spots you would usually clear, but because of the pressure they didn't.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate, but at the same time, it's something that's always going to be there, that pressure. And you know, to be a winner, you have to be someone who knows how to work your way around it. And that said, just to keep in mind, this is lower round 3. If Global Esports Phoenix doesn't mount a comeback, if they lose this map, that is it for their run for this open.
Deleting that info. Muffin Loop, though, still charges forward here with that flash. She does try to claim a main, but Emmy and as well as Twirly, they will be waiting here by short. They will be checked by this drone. But only Twirly.
Good hit. Ooh! Only Twirly was checked. Emmy was not expected to be in this one spot, and the sudden peek out with a flashpoint. It's 2 frags back to back, and again, now a Global Esports Phoenix that has to recover from this. They are being smart about it, though. Rose holding the Rolling Thunder. If anyone well, okay, I thought she was going to listen for footsteps, but instead she uses it to clear the site so that they can retake it and get the spike planted. Thing is, now they have to work their way against numbers, don't it?
Yeah, and it's going to be another Bermuda Triangle here for OGX. They're closing in slowly but surely, checking the corners here for Emmy. But I think they will just really pincer from the front and from the back. Twirly spots out Rose here, but Rose is going to be ready for that stun.
Oh. she's blocked off by the Cloudburst as well, so she can't peek off the stun if she
enemy
wants.
remaining.
It comes down to Muffin. But you were absolutely right, Donut. It's coming down to that pinch from the front and the back. Casper, just bullet to the back of the head, and well, another win in a row for Orangutan X, and I think the next round might have to be a save for GE.
Yeah, I think if the sequence of how they took that site could have been reversed, right? They took it first, planted down the spike, and then used the Rolling Thunder, that would have been a different round altogether. Because if you are going to be overwhelmed by numbers by that Bermuda Triangle, then use that Rolling Thunder for that post plant instead. That could have been a really pivotal utility for them to use to try and, you know, buy some time, get the kills.
Such a strong ability, but I think that's the thing about Global Esports Phoenix, is that sometimes they really want to play it safe.
Enemy kill.
But this time, given the pistols and the pressure that you were talking about earlier on Donut, sometimes that causes you to make some mistakes as well and get a little bit careless. So a bit of a frag out from Twirly with her operator. And everyone's rotating back towards her, actually. Are they looking to get a first pick onto her somehow? Actually, just blocking it off with a Nebula. Muffin does have the Blade Storm, so hopefully she's able to work her magic with that.
She has been so good with it. Remember that fadeaway shot that she was able to get? She needs another one of those rounds for her.
Whoa.
Of course, that stun comes in. Blade Storm online. She does use the Cloudburst. Is she?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
she
okay.
is. She's gonna dash in towards it, but they don't check the corner, and Japips gets a free kill. Immediately traded out though. And Emmy and Twirly
remaining.
getting all of
Okay.
these
30
kills, and the third one for Twirly.
One
She does
enemy
pop out the
remaining.
Blade
What?
Storm, but now 16k puts her to sleep.
Okay, Sheriff versus Vandal.
Blocking vision.
Nebula, it's gonna be popped, and she wants to retrieve the gun. 10 seconds left, and she's
10
running out of
seconds
time, so
left.
we're gonna have to stick the spike down first. She has no idea where Casper's coming from, because it could be long, could be short. So she's gonna use her Nebula to try to hide inside it for a second, backs herself in towards hell, and it comes down to the first tap. Fortunately, not quite able to land it, with Casper just swishing aside. She gets it instead and picks up the operator for Twirly. It's,
Watching here.
well, more than double digits now for Orangutan X.
Yeah, I think what gave her away was the position as to where she planted the spike, right? When you would usually
True.
just plant at the back, you can't really defend it from a main. So that was the first area that Casper would check. Muffaloop here hit a lot of great shots, and
enemy
even
remaining.
Twirly being shut down here by Meow16 Sheriff. And even if Meow16 is so stellar with that weapon, it was just that fling and that swing.
Yeah. At close range too, so it's tough when they swing like that.
Annoying too.
Well,
Because you would expect, right? You already have your crosshair placed so perfectly, but nope.
oh
they
my
crouch.
god! You also don't expect Twirly to peek out a garage, don't it? Oh no!
That was another fling and swing there by Twirly.
It's just again so good, and you look at how Orangutan X seizes the initiative away from these rounds. Global Esports Phoenix haven't really been able to recover or convert 4v5s into wins, so they're in a tough spot. And considering the fact that this is 6-11 now, Donut, if they can't bring something back, it's gonna be match point. They're gonna be on a 4-spy on the little match point round. It's not great, Donut, and they're really gonna have to do whatever they can to convert this around. Iruma is going to try to anchor the site from the off angle as well, though. Look at that placement from the Nebula. Gravity Well just pulls them in for enough time. The spam through the smoke will be able to take Iruma out, though, and Japips deleted as well. Judge up front with Emmy, and then
seconds
she's
left.
able to take down Meow, but here
Spike
comes
planted.
Twirly, as well as Cat. What? All right, she swapped over to the Vandal instead. Casper sneaks up and they don't expect her to be there. A bit of a crossfire, but Rose saves it. The thorns peeks out of her, and that's going to be 7-11. Global Esports hangs on by a thread.
That was amazing from Rose. We mentioned the pressure, right? But out of all of them, I think if there's going to be pressure on towards the site with the Nebulous from Casper trying to protect their room as much as possible, she actually gets a kill through the smoke. And now during the post-plant position, when there is a tremendous amount of pressure, she keeps her calm. She keeps her cool and gets the kills anyway. And GE Phoenix, I think one of the things that could be a semblance of hope here would be Rose really with all of those, the map awareness that she has.
My ultimate is ready.
Yeah, that map awareness. And right now the ultimates as well. I think Donut, they're probably gonna hold on to those, considering the fact this is a save round for Orangutan X.
There is a stun ready there for Emmy though.
Spike planted.
Emmy just gets a kill with an Ares, and they are ready to strike. And Casper is going to go
Player
down
standing.
to Viola. Actually, she gets 3 there. Clean round for GE Phoenix to get everybody else out of the way. Now it's an 8-11. Earlier on, the gap was 4. Was bigger earlier on when OGX during the first few rounds of the half, but now they're easily closing in the gap, just being very slow and very sure about things.
And we're looking for that stability. You were talking about it earlier before. Our panelists were talking about it as well. Global Esports Phoenix needs to restabilize. And at the same time, for Orangutan X, they need to hold on to what they've got as well. Both teams just fighting for that spot and to fight against FULLSENSE Sapphire. This time, trying to set up for a C hit. We've got the Nebulas propped up, and Casper's trying to do her best. You've got Aruma inside the garage, though, and that's what I'm looking out for. So although Casper's hit by the Rolling Thunder, they've been blocked off, they've been concussed. With such a fast rotation coming from Emmy as well, that ultimate is now somewhat wasted, and Global Esports Phoenix has to make a quick rotation around. Twirly is right here, and she is waiting for them.
And there's going to be a crossfire setup between her and Japip, so you have to be careful about this. They all walk their way through A, though. Japips is going to be the first one to peek out. Great kill for her, but trades come in. Now 16 gets her own headshot. And the spike is there, waiting to be planted.
Okay. Emmy silently hops up. Well, she heard the spike being picked up, and now the Cosmic Divide just blocks her off completely. She falls, and Meow's on the other side, shoots her as she drops down. A sudden quick peek from Casper. A sudden secondary drop from Aruma. Something that they did not expect at all, but Byla saves it for a second with the lockdown. Casper's gone as well, so now she's trapped inside of Hell. Tries to claw her way out and places down the turret for a bit of safe cover. Did not expect Rose to wrap back around towards a link, though. And all of a sudden, Global Esports Phoenix coming back strong into the game.
Yeah, I loved that they made a decision after that Rolling Thunder, even if they missed to convert a kill with it. That decision to rotate towards A and then get the kills first and then plant down the spike. That additional cover with that Cosmic Divide too just really set them up for success. Just avoiding OGX from just quickly retaking, because when it comes to the retakes, OGX would just really overwhelm, and that Cosmic Divide just slowed everything down.
It's such good timing and placement of it, especially with how it completely blocks off window and also the lockdown too. And that's really how Global Esports Phoenix are starting to adapt to this pressure. So I'm really, thankful for Orangutan X to, Coach Gunner to call this timeout, because they sorely needed this, given how their lead is slowly starting to be washed away. They're back on another save. Aruma has a lockdown, and Twirly is close to a Blade Storm, but I don't think this is the round to use it. It comes down to their holds and how they're going to play the next round if they really want to turn things around, unless unless a Thrifty somehow makes its way and into our eyes right now.
Yeah, yesterday was a day of thrifties, to be honest, but this one, I think we have more abundance of aces. At least, will we see an ace from Turley? Not necessarily for this round, but, you know, Muffin Loop leading the charge yet again, and then just claiming space. They really have to just be worried about would be all of the utility and enemies after the shock. She gets the kill. She drives by. She uses the frenzy, but she runs out of bullets. Still Astros here to make a save.
Player
And
standing.
boops.
Last player standing.
But Twirly's there for the save. You asked for a thrifty, you get a thrifty.
I didn't think it was gonna happen like this though, Donut. Whoa. That was fast. I mean, the aftershock. Emmy really held down that side by herself. And the decision to buy up on frenzies from OGX, they all came in swinging.
They swung out, just did a spray. After that, Emmy did lose a bit of bullets, right? She didn't have to reload, but she quickly just made the decision. I'll reload, I'll peek again, and Twirly with that last frenzy kill. That's gotta hurt at least both the mindset of GE Phoenix and as well as the economy with one swing of Fury.
Off your feet!
Oh, but this time, alright, she let a lot of them slide and sauced her shorty to try to hold. The rest of them making their way out of A short, but it was completely blocked off by Casper. And keep in mind, this match point, so this could be it for Global Esports Phoenix. It's a 3-on-5. They did it once before, but now every single angle being held against them. Donut, this could be it. The Drone spots them both, and Rose is 100% pinned down. Emmy spotted her and wants to try to find her. Goes for the wall bang, spray transfers over onto her head, and that's going to be 2 players left from Global. They can't really make their way out of short either. I didn't realize this. Twirly is watching the other angle with her operator. Oh god, the turret has to tank it. It doesn't quite do it. And Meow tries to stay alive, but she gets tagged. Spike dropped. Byla last 1v5. This is near impossible, but she tries to do it anyway. Gets a couple, goes for the reload, and swings back out. 30 seconds left. Lockdown placed. Oh my god, Donut. Enemy comes out with a big spray and a swing. And Orangutan X celebrates their win. It's 2-0. And I guess lights out. We're going to sleep.
Lights out, they're gonna go to sleep and move on to the next series though, which is a bigger hurdle for them to actually face. It was a good try for GE Phoenix. We saw some rounds wherein they were so convincing when it comes to the attacks. Whenever they would just make one single decision, okay, this is a great one, and how they would hold those post plants, I think that's what made them convincing. But I think OGX, for some time during the timeouts, they really just thought about how do we at least do the same type of push. I mean, the strategies that they did for the offense and the attack was the same one that they did for the retakes, and it worked so well.
You can see the coordination, but also credit to Global Esports Phoenix. A lot of these players came up huge towards the end, but you know what? It's not time to sleep yet because our panelists will talk us through this, and after that, we also have FULLSENSE Sapphire in the lower bracket final. So Mika and Daks, talk us through it.
I mean, it is nice to see that Orangutan X are in high spirits indeed, because they're gonna need that energy as they proceed through our day and meet FULLSENSE Sapphire. They will be advancing, and that was a 2-0 in favor of Orangutan X versus Global Esports Phoenix. I have to say though, Dax, those last few rounds were really dicey.
It was very competitive there at the second half of our second map, and in the end, Orangutan X, they make it towards that top 3, but I gotta give props to GE. The progress is so clear. 5th, 6th last open, 4th place right now. And truth be told, this series was more so defined not by Orangutan X and their overwhelming prowess, but just their starts. If OGX and GE had a more balanced and a more equal start, I do feel like this would have went the distance. But you could see already from GE, players like Rose, players like Muffin, stepping on up on the attacking side. One thing that GE was able to do especially, they could actually use their ultimates because they weren't being denied by OGX again and again. But for Orangutan, it was just a continuation of where they left off. That thrifty win with the frenzies on that A side, absolutely essential. Casper coming up clutch in those 1v1 scenarios, and just such a wild ending from Emmy too. You saw that, Mika.
Yes.
She was just running and gunning, and eventually, well, it was just fate for Orangutan to move on to the next round.
Yeah, not to mention it was well fought for Global Esports Phoenix. They should be very, very proud, especially for these last few rounds, because Daks, you know,
Yeah.
we saw it on the side of Global Esports. Rose is the MVP, and how many rounds did we see her, you know, as part of a 3v5 against a completely healthy Orangutan X, yet still able to convert it to a win, right? Rose makes you believe. Viola makes you believe.
G is so competitive right now, and I really feel like it's only a matter of time for them to get even further into the bracket. Probably gonna be an open 3 if they qualify. We'll see what they're gonna do moving forward, because this score does look sound. The fact that they can keep tabs with Orangutan, the fact that they beat RRQ Kaguya in the bracket already speaks volume, but not just once but twice, Mika. Twirly yet again, MVP performance, a star back in her form.
Oh, it's good, so good to see her on this type of form. I mean, it's so good to see her enjoying as well. We did miss her in this, you know, type of environment, right? And I feel like for the side of Global Esports Phoenix, they still have a lot to be proud of. Like, you know, that yes, unfortunately, their journey for Open 2 ends here, but this is so encouraging. Like you mentioned, RQ Kaguya, and then now taking this fight so closely to Orangutan X, right? And so admirably too. We remember talking to Meow in an interview how she was saying that GE does need a little bit of time to warm up and stuff. And I feel like that's an overall statement for the team as a whole, right? You know, you entered into this Open knowing that you had 15 days to kind of pull the roster together. Imagine how you look like if you stick with this and you head into Open 3. Very scary indeed.
Yeah, the possibility's true, but you know who was hot from the get-go? Orangutan X. And especially with a series like this, where they were able to overwhelm with firepower, that's a big confidence boost. We saw it in the cameras. They were excited to move on. They were very happy, but they know the job isn't done. And with the lower bracket finals awaiting us, it's gonna be exciting. Orangutan versus FULLSENSE, huh?
Yes, indeed. I hope that the Orangutan X are able to rest for just a little bit, recover, because their day is not done. They're going straight into another series against FULLSENSE Sapphire this time. So hopefully for Orangutan X, apes together strong, as we do like to say over here at Game Changers APAC. But FULLSENSE Sapphire, that is another monster entirely, and that is another discussion right after this quick break. Don't worry, VCT Game Changers will be right back.
Give me those. You should run. Mark 2.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Die. Thug.
3.
One enemy remaining.
4.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Clutch. One enemy remaining.
There.
One
Enemy.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club. Funk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Funk in the club with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it funk in the club, funk in the club with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Funk in the club with a funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club, funk in the club with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT Game Changers APAC Open 2, and we are down to our second series, our second to the last series as well for this Open, because we have FULLSENSE Sapphire versus Orangutan X. Now, Daks, just to refresh everybody's memory, of course, we did see Orangutan X fight their way through Global Esports Phoenix on Bind and on Haven earlier, and we did see that they had quite an overwhelming lead, except that Global Esports Phoenix, they were able to bring it back a little bit the last few rounds, but the dominance of the apes, of the planet of the apes, was still very evident.
Yeah, Heil Caesar and everything. You're so generous, Mika. You're so considerate. I'm glad you recapped what happened a while ago. But truth be told, it's such a tough day at the office for Orangutan X, right? They got out of the gates really strong against Global Esports. It gave them such a big buffer when GE was finding their form to fight on back. Big props to GE making it to that top 4 and giving the fight to Orangutan. But now, we're gonna see Orangutan yet again go for the revenge match against FULLSENSE Sapphire. This is a big one, Mika, because really, contenders we've seen all throughout this Open, these two teams can be neck and neck.
Oh yes, definitely. Especially since FULLSENSE Sapphire, again, this is a roster that has made it onto the international stage, and they are looking to get back on there. And two teams stand in their way. One of them is Orangutan X. The other team is Team SMG. Muffin, Polly, Baby TZ, Margot, and Ginny are ready to represent APAC once again, except that first, they have to make their way through this series. And Daks, I feel like them coming into this very, very fresh, and Orangutan X, you know, they're coming into it quite warm, right? Especially from what we saw against Global Esports. I'm not sure who has the advantage really here, especially since we saw Orangutan X. They were in such high spirits after their match.
Yeah, Orangutan X is heated up, and you got Caster, Japips, Aruma, Twirly, and we've seen Emmy actually play today, so we go back to their original rotation when they started on the playoffs. But Mika, I think the consideration right now between these two teams, for FULLSENSE Sapphire, it's the toughest road to make it this far. They beat RRQ Kakia, they beat Orangutan X, and took a map away from Team SMG. On the other hand, Orangutan X, one of the longest roads to get here, and the only team to have to play 2 series on a single day. But we mentioned it, with both Emmy and Twirly looking ready to go. They're heated on up. I think they're going to be able to bring that 1-2 punch here versus FULLSENSE Sapphire. And having those options for Orangutan X, that's going to be essential moving forward, because we've seen from FULLSENSE Sapphire, they do such a good job of shutting down a single duelist on the other side, whether it be Ineri from Team SMG or whether you look back at their previous matchup between Orangutan X. Twirly also struggled.
Yes, this is a rematch, right? This is a grudge match a bit, because just a few days ago, we did see this matchup happen again. Happened rather for the first time. Now we're seeing it again. You're gonna see if Orangutan X can exact that revenge, right? I do think that, of course, Orangutan X is coming into the series with full knowledge on how FULLSENSE Sapphire is going to attack this. So we are seeing split. We are seeing Haven rather split and then Fracture. We did see Fracture again in their previous face-off against each other, and Haven as well. So I'm wondering what's different this time. What have they learned from that face-off that they're gonna take into and put into learnings into this mid-series?
Well, Orangutan learned to ban Lotus. That's the thing. So both Orangutan and FULLSENSE effectively have permabans. Pearl is something Orangutan doesn't want to play. FULLSENSE just does not play a set at all. And since we're going to Haven first and foremost, Mika, I think that's really the most interesting map, because we were talking about the transitive property a while ago. We know both of these teams are absolutely stellar at this map, but FULLSENSE suffered, I believe, their first loss on Haven this year because of Orangutan X. We move over to Split this time around, though, rather than Lotus Right that we got in that previous outing. And this is a big consideration for FULLSENSE, because they feel confident after that win versus RRQ Kaguya. They bring it out now versus Orangutan, who's only played Split once against Hero KDA. And remember how that went. It looked to be Orangutan's game, but Hero KDA, they pulled back the comeback.
Yeah, I'm wondering what we're going to be seeing here on Haven, especially since this is a little bit of a kind of like a statement map, I guess, for Orangutan X, right? Especially against FULLSENSE. As you mentioned, they did take this map from them just a few days ago, right? But like, as we were talking about the transitive property, if they can beat them here, do they then claim the title of, the Queens of Haven here in APAC, right? So it's gonna be interesting to see what else they can bring into Haven, especially since there's a lot of information there already, right? And FULLSENSE Sapphire, they already know how Orangutan X is gonna execute and is gonna play. So what is different? What can they change and what can they adapt?
I don't think we're gonna be seeing much of an adjustment on the compositions. The only consideration I'm thinking for Orangutan X right now is if FULLSENSE Sapphire is so good at shutting down a single duelist on the other side, why not bring two? And I wonder if they're gonna think about that with Emmy. Will she play the breach? Will she go on the jet instead? No, the answer is stick around to what they're accustomed to. Twirly's gonna be on that jet. Aruma gonna be playing that Killjoy here. And from what we've seen so far from Orangutan, we know how potent they could be just because of their previous matchup against GE. But FULLSENSE, the scariest part of this roster right now, FULLSENSE Sapphire, is Ginny, Margot, and Polly are just so reliable at disruption. And Baby TZ, back to her old name and back to her old form as well, really bringing up the rear. Just a force to be reckoned with from front to back here for FULLSENSE.
Yeah, now we're seeing what appears to be almost a mirror matchup, right? Except we have the Sova on the side of Orangutan X, and we have the Fade coming in for the side of FULLSENSE. Now, looking at that, the Rolling Thunder plus the Nightmare, so it's like there's a lot of utility that can push Orangutan X here. If they know how to use it properly, then possibly they can keep the Apes at bay here on Haven. But we're gonna see, because again, as we mentioned, the Apes are strong and they did take this from them previously. So now we're gonna find out if history does repeat itself. Over to our casters for Haven.
Thank you very much, Mika and Daks. Yeah, I mean, is history going to repeat itself? The last time they played, yes, Orangutan won. Are they really the queens of Haven? I guess we'll find out. But also, like, if they win today and then they play against SMG tomorrow, will they be the queens of Haven? I don't know, this could go on for a really long time. I mean, I'm Quack this donut.
Yeah, I mean, being the Queens of Haven right now means that they have to be undefeated in this specific map. And truth be told, yes, it's actually true, because Orangutan X, 100% win rate, at least for Open 2. But FULLSENSE Sapphire, they have something to give now, because they didn't really change anything. You would expect that if they already lost to OGX, to the same composition, right, you would have a bit of adjustments when it comes to the agents. But no, they're going to stick to what they have right now, the combination between Margot's Fade and as well as the Breach for Ginny. I think that's something special to really behold. It's just about their strategies and how they are able to at least do the reviews for the VODs and try and find weaknesses here for OGX.
I'm definitely going to try to switch things up, to say the least. But yeah, I mean, that's why you have to think about it. Last time they played, it was OG's win. And they're sticking with the same composition. Now, Daks was talking about how, this core from FULLSENSE Sapphire can really shut down a lot of strong duelists. But the last time that they played, Casper and Aruma were actually the ones to pop off. Meanwhile, Twirly, a little bit of a more middling result. At the same time, they are starting on the defense, FULLSENSE Sapphire, and they are already going to town. Polly, all the way from the top of back plat, she's able to find two. Chapitz and Amy will be able to pick up the pieces, but at what cost, Donut?
Yeah, a lot of damage has been done here for OGX. Aruma is down to 21 HP and half for Japeeps and Emmy. And the rest of FULLSENSE Sapphire, they are unscathed, not scratched at all. So they have what it takes. It's all now down to OGX and what site they're gonna go through. Because if they go through Garage, but I think they bought... They bought that rotate, but they're not actually going to a site. Now they have the timing, and they have all of the space that they need to get that plant down.
Revealing area.
Surely they do, but look at how Ginny's positioned. She's just keeping herself on the B side because she's so aware of that possibility. So they'll be able to make their way a little bit closer. At the very least, they're already up by C-Link. The thing is now, they have to creep in a bit closer. And Aruma outside of garage window is a very pesky little position. Muffin just dashes straight in through her cloud burst though, and already onto her sight. She wraps back around. Emmy was distracted. Aruma wraps back around, able to pick up the first, but she is so low. The spike gets held down, and Muffin will be able to find that last frag. FULLSENSE Sapphire just getting the first pistol win.
Yeah, I think it all was about the first two kills that FULLSENSE Sapphire was able to do. It was all Polly during that round. The stuns came in, and she just had a very, very clear shot. She gazed through, of course, the sight, but I'm not too sure who fell down first, but OGX, they didn't really have that... that clear with a recon ball to identify where FULLSENSE Sapphire was. But after that, right, a lot of damage done for OGX. They have to be careful about FULLSENSE Sapphire and how they play this defense, because Polly is looking very, very dangerous, as always.
Definitely a force to be reckoned with. And just effective, having that global presence as well. You can see her stars kind of placed across the map, especially this one up by A lobby. Anyone dare step into it and she's gonna kind of stun them up, if you will. Muffin just trying to pick up that contact. And Orangutan X are playing around this. The gravity wall, I think, yeah, it was used, but that's really what Orangutan's game plan was. Twirly might be down to 10 HP, but they baited out a bit of utility, and I think they want to just get a quick plant on B. Maybe TZ lets them in.
Yeah, Casper has a good position though, but TZ is just going to bring down Twirly. It's actually very low, but if Casper can't find the timing to get the kill, Beruma does. And at this point, those were a lot of dinks, a lot of damage here by Casper, but she has 3 more to go. 13 HP for her. She moves forward, but Finn, there's nothing else she can do. The defuse is there.
Yeah, toss with Bulldog. We want that round loss bonus so I can buy up a full rifle on the next round. But it was almost close, and I gotta say, it's such a smart decision for Baby TZ to actually let some of these players slip so that she gets that pick on towards Twirly as she tries to plant the spike.
It was good, a good 2-kill there for Baby TZ, and Casper. She wasn't really noticed at all by Baby TZ. She managed to really sneak up her way back at the back of the site. That's why they had a sense of comfort there as they were gonna retake. So here again, the fight for A main control is always going to be Twirly's main objective, and that's the reason why Muffin is down, outdueled and outplayed. But Ginny's still here within the site. It's going to be scary. She does have 2 flashes remaining and a stun, and that's going to be all invested for sure if OGX pushes.
Definitely want those utilities at the ready. Muffin gone means her duelist is down, and 1 Bulldog short for FULLSENSE Sapphire. There's the flash we were talking about. Twirly makes her way in, but instantly reply. Holy holds the off angle. A bit of utility coming out from her team. And they were prepared. Just like you said, Donut. They were reading this situation entirely. And now, hearing the sounds or just sensing that there isn't a further push, Ginny calls the rotation over to C.
That was the C's and as well as the flash of the breach.
30 seconds left.
Bringing down Twirly to very low HP, and maybe TZ just tucked in this corner. It's gonna be scary, but Polly takes care of everybody else. It's Emmy down, and it's another thrifty for today. FSS looking so strong, even without the weapons, right? It was all about the utility and what they used in that round. And Baby TZ just really hugging that box, making sure that she gives the call to Polly, and Polly takes care of everything.
It's like, hi, footsteps here, Polly.
There's a lot of people here, Polly.
I'm wondering if we can get our POV as well. Like, look at how she just geeks out of the boxes, spraying down, well, not even spraying, just bursting down a couple of people. It wasn't just a thrifty win, it was also the bonus win for FULLSENSE Sapphire. Completely different start as compared to how they played last open. Orangutan playing against the back foot now. Emmy, yeah, she might have Rolling Thunder in a frenzy, but are you really going to use it in this round? They really want an open pick. And you're talking about how Twirly keeps going to the weird stage short. She does the same thing again. Emmy's got her back. Twirly picking up the Spectre, now managing to find a second frag. Weapons are upgraded. All of a sudden, this round is a whole lot more doable. And look at the mini-map at the same time. What's happening towards mid?
There's Chase and Sheriff kill there for Aruma. I think they'll also get thrifty. The thriftiers get 32, possibly. If Ginny does clutch this out, then there's a potential halt to this score of OGX. But Casper is just jiggling away, and Aruma's out for the hunt. She's low anyway, but still, Ginny there gets a headshot, but they immediately back away. She is a threat for sure.
You'd never want to count her out. She could always pop up at the last second, and considering the fact that Emmy is down to 5 HP, this could go sideways really fast. Well, Jip Hips again with one of those sideways peaks. She does it so well. It's a good thrifty win for Orangutan X.
Yeah, I think when you mentioned sideways, immediately Jip Hips heard it. Okay, should I go sideways? Yep. And another fling and swing there for Jip Hips. And when she does that, she's always so accurate, and you wouldn't really, you know, anticipate that she would be peeking like that with that crouch peek. And so quick and so swift too.
It's so Quack.
It's so Quack, yeah.
It's Quack. She's quacked. I mean, yeah. She even does that little crouch at the end. It's so good. But now, firing back against them, FULLSENSE Sapphire buys up big. It's gonna be the operator and Muffin. I think they're trying to counter against that play from Twirly, but this time recognizing the fact that there are players who will often hold outside of A lobby just to support Twirly. So shot fired. Now they rotate back. Orangutan X, on the other hand, though, just trying to find a bit of space.
And they still keep aiming control here because they don't want to have Muffin, you know, take over that space, because we've seen Muffin play in that corner. Even with an operator, she can just be a demon with that weapon. But they already go back. I love what they're doing here now, because Aruma has a bit of limitation with her utility. That's why Casper is the one really moving forward, inching towards C. And as Casper just gives the call right, I hear a little bit of silence here, but this was read perfectly by FSS. Look at where are they now.
Again, Ginny's calls, just ever so aware of everything. Emmy does spend the Rolling Thunder to claim the site, though. And that's going to be Baby TZ gone. The gravity well towards the back, and just a bit more damage, but Polly does her own damage as well. 10 seconds remaining. Polly holds the off angle from Garage. They need to get the spike planted, but can they make it happen? It comes down to Aruba, but she can't quite do it against Ginny, as well as the, I think, Muffin updrafting into the air. Of course, it's going to be Polly gets the final frag, so FULLSENSE Sapphire, full steam ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Polly just really stands for Polly kills. A number of kills there for that round. She just swings in from Garage, gets, what, 2 kills, and then the round was over. Even if Twirly was able to get the 2, but they were able to catch him off guard. While Twirly was blinded because of that Prowler, nothing else that they could do. And Polly just really stands so strong here as the Astra. I think in the panel they mentioned a bit of a head-to-head between Polly, who was such an amazing player from last year, right? She was one of the ones who delivered clutches. She had one of the highest ACSs across the whole Game Changers Elite tournament last year.
Yeah.
And against Casper, it just all is. I mean, sometimes Polly does shine when she's alone, but I could see that Casper usually needs the assistance of her team members, her smokes for herself, and I guess that's the biggest difference now. Although this is going to be a team game, right? Polly just always rises to the occasion, even if she's alone on the site.
It definitely is one of those factors. I mean, just looking through the statistics right now, yeah, Polly was top 5 in terms of ACS from Game Changers APAC Elite last year. And you can still feel that impact. I mean, I think the players from Orangutan X really need to find ways around this, because although they might be able to get some entries sometimes, it gets really hectic and messy, just given how fast Ginny reads the situation. And right now, again, trying to counter this A lobby hold, she positions herself along with 2 other teammates around this one area with such a deep smoke from Polly.
And that deep smoke is going to be a threat here. So, I mean, she's the one holding the spike. If she's the last one to rotate with 3 there, the spike might be exposed, but at least... Oh, she's down, and the spike is there. Now 3 people gazing at the spike. Well, he's the first one to be there, but
Have this fight.
of course Casper's gonna quickly shut her down.
Alright, better gunplay from Casper in this round.
Here.
And with that, a little bit more space. They have managed to retrieve the
30 seconds
spike. But Orangutan X has 30 seconds remaining, so it has to be a full commit into the A site by this point. They are blocked off by a well-timed nanostorm from Baby TZ, but Iruma gets the double spray up by Short. Baby TZ with the nanostorms again.
One
It's
enemy
10
remaining.
seconds now, and Iruma does
10
not have the
seconds left.
spike. Her only option is to shoot her way out of this one, and she peeks straight into Muffin's scope. 5-1, and FULLSENSE Sapphire does not stop.
Yeah, it all now boils down to what they did there in A main. They knew that Twirly would always be there to take the space away from them with just one smoke. What they did was they slowly kept up, down that space. 3 of them brought down that spike, and from there it was retrieved. But then easily they back away and then just wait on the A site. You have nowhere else to run. It's gonna be A, so we're just gonna wait here. And
Facing sentry.
eventually, of course, they just run through the
out of
crosshairs
my
of
way.
Muffin and as well as Ginny. So
Grounded.
that's
Oh
that.
no! Well, they did the same thing again, Donut. Oh, no.
That's that.
That is that. The Blade Storm's gone, essentially. You got 3 other ultimates, but it's all pistols. Emmy's the only one with a Vandal that she bought up. With light shields and... Alright, this is not impossible. First, we just gotta sneak our way onto the A site. Maybe if we take down Baby TZ, but she's still hiding inside A sharp. Look at where she's going. Wrapping back
planted.
around the corner. She still has control of this spot, so she can place her lockdown for the retake if she needs. Spike hasn't gone down yet. Aftershock into hell, and it's gonna be Muffin rushing down in with a shorty. Baby TZ with a couple more frags coming out of nowhere. Iruma, the last one left. Nanostorm just lock her in, and Baby TZ already has the reads, and FULLSENSE Sapphire again, 6-1. They're just so aware of everything.
Yeah, I mean, Baby TZ
Out of my
just, you know, taking up that space, not letting go of it at all. She found the timing, and she got 2 kills because of it. And even the third one there, the final blow against Iruma, it was just all about her providing that information to the team, and that retake, though. Not much casualty for FULLSENSE Sapphire for that round, but they are at least outsmarting them when it comes to the defense. Each and every time Orangutan X would push forward, it's just like they move like queens, diagonally forward everywhere in that chessboard.
They're doing the same thing again. You talk about diagonally, they're going up Diagon Alley through A long. And all of a sudden it's blocked off. We've cordoned off the spot, and Orangutan X cannot retake control over this area. They've tried for the past several rounds, but it just does not work, given how FULLSENSE Sapphire already has a read on this. Again, though, we have a lot of ultimates in this round. It's not impossible to turn things around.
Yeah, they have 3 online, a Cosmic Divide, and Iruma's lockdown may make all the difference for this round, but they don't use it, they just use the smokes, but the stun slow them down.
Oh. Just buy a bit of time. Ginny tried to
Spike planted.
spam it. Defender lockdown coming in. Pips has a Hunter's Fury, but instead she's holding all the way from mid. She's got it, and she wants to save it for the post plan. Marco tries to do a little bit of damage on her own, and as well as Baby TZ outside of garage. Gets blinded by Emmy, though. Such a good play, and then the lockdown, a combination of utilities all dumped, and ultimates all towards FULLSENSE
remaining.
just to keep them at bay. Muffin tries to go for a Hail Mary defuse, and it does not work with the shock bolt coming out of nowhere. 6-2, Orangutan X comes back.
This is the same strategy that we saw earlier against GE Phoenix. They would slowly creep in towards B, and then they would hold
enemy
from
remaining.
far. And the Bruma's lockdown, it feels like it was forever before it got it hit the site, because it was 10 seconds, but the members of FULLSENSE Sapphire, when they would come in, they didn't really realize it was already about to blow, and they were just caught in the middle of things.
Yeah, it's a good strat and 4v5 to round win conversion from OGX, but interesting from FULLSENSE Sapphire. They've purchased up on light armor just so that they can possibly buy up the next round. And Muffin on an operator as well. She's got A under lockdown. Orangutan X, unless they're able to take her out somehow, it's gonna be tough for them to
And there goes the drone
find
too
an entry.
from Jabeeps. It's there. It's
okay.
gonna flush her out. Oh, she's just gonna
She
hide
calls
from
it.
it.
Gets pinged. Oh! Alright, fires the shot just as she gets stunned. And this does give OGX a bit more space around the site. They managed to sneak their way in. Twirly leading the charge again. This time, not quite able to land the strafe shot. He peeks out, but still, it's so oppressing. Look at how they're positioned. The firing squad from
30
FULLSENSE
seconds left.
Sapphire on the site. Spike down, and they're just making sure that nobody gets on it. Baby TZ still with the off
Can't use
angle.
that yet.
Ginny
Concealment.
right around the side of the boxes. Casper trying to use her smokes just to inch forward. And all of a sudden, spray from
One
Japips.
enemy
Still low
remaining.
HP though, and she manages to get the shot into a
10
Tevin.
seconds left.
1-on-1, 9 seconds remaining. All she needs is one sweet tap, but Baby TZ jiggle peeks around the corner and finds the tap instead.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That was Casper's smoke, but it was actually taken advantage of by Baby TZ. During that push, right, they just really wanted a bit of coverage on towards the side so that they can isolate all of those kills. And Japeeps did wonderfully. She got the kills one by one until it was the last, down to the last player, which was Baby TZ. But with how she's playing this killjoy now, with this KDA 12 and 4, she's really doing amazing, just holding these angles. I'm actually not used to her playing this way because she's also very aggressive, but I like that she's been tempered down.
Here.
Definitely just trying to be a little bit different because you have to do that against FULLSENSE Sapphire. Just Twirly doing the same things though, straight into garage. Then the trades come in. FULLSENSE Sapphire just trying to react to it in kind. The stingers are still good though, but if only for a second. The penetration from Margot's Vandal is even better. Aruma goes in and strikes from behind just to pick it up. Needs to go for a reload. And then the spike plant. Down to the one-on-one, and Muffin just tries to hold the angle instead. Aruma realizes that she's got a lot of time to play with. Given how fast FULLSENSE rotates, she has to kind of play around the site instead. Muffin swaps to the shorty, tries to swing, but Aruma catches the drop onto her instead. Hands off the keyboard as a way of celebration, and 7-3 OGX. It's not over yet.
When she pulled out the shorty, I thought it was kind of looking kind of grim there for Aruma, but her wide swing just really saved her for that round. She had to, she really had to swing that wide because Muffin was holding an operator. Either way, I think FULLSENSE Sapphire, they have a good, they had a good type of momentum, and OGX, when it comes to how they would push on towards the site, it's always going to be A that they would go to. And then if it doesn't work, right, because of Margot's
then we go C.
seizes, because of Ginny's flashes, then they go back, they double back, and they get to plant the spike. But the retakes in C and B doesn't always work for them. But it's down to these close fights that OGX actually wins.
It's really tight, and especially when it's near range. And you consider the fact that FULLSENSE buys up light shields, 25 hit points, and that's going to allow for the stingers from Orangutan X to just shred and chip away at them a little bit better, especially if they're close range. The headshots will be able to do so much more. So I have to think for FULLSENSE, this might be a half buy round for them, but they really need to start buying up full armors, because if OGX comes in with, half buys again, and the half shield just doesn't really work out that way. This time around, though, still, it's the second last round before the swap, and OGX just pressed the issue. They know it's a half buy, so they want these duels. They want to break open the side donut. Rolling Thunder in. And, well, it's going to be a Ginny that can't do anything against this.
Yeah, she was dazed, and Twirly was out for the chase too. Plant is down, and what we're left is going to be Muffin with the Bulldog,
One
so this
enemy
might
remaining.
make a bit of difference. But she is being pinned down now
Oh
by
my God.
the Pips. Baby TZ is left all alone with 3 people peeking at her, dancing around. Who does she catch? Nobody. It's going to be Twirly with that beautiful 3K.
Last round in the half.
Knowing even that they are on a low buy, at least. Twirly there, always just taking control, getting the first kills against Muffin. Really makes OGX win these rounds. But this time, again, you mentioned they're buying up again half armor because of that full buy that they did
think
last
They
time.
can't afford, yeah. It's the last round before the swap, too, so this is the best that they've got. And if it doesn't go well, it's going to be a 7-5, and that puts OGX in a pretty good position for the second half. Corley, again, you can never quite expect how fast OGX will go. And despite the fault lines, she peeks out and takes down Baby TZ. Garage is open, and C very well possibly mixed as well. Oh! Playstorm upwards, a bit of a transfer from Molly, and Casper makes it a trade. Ginny comes back in from the back of the site, and Marco is here as well. The cavalry has arrived. Aruma, come out of your hiding. There's not much that you can do, I say that, but she finds a quick double headshot. Pops back around, puts down the lockdown, and forces Muffin into a stressful situation. Jumps with the shorty, brings it down to 1 HP, doesn't bring out a rifle in time. Muffin! What a clutch with the shorty, 8-4.
What was that round? Both of them exchanged the weapons. I mean, a Vandal now, a Shorty then, and then a Vandal again later. But I think that crazy round has to be unpacked and uncovered by our panelists, Mika and Daks. What do you think about that?
I'm not sure. I feel like I don't want to be given the burden of breaking down that last round. What on earth? But that's we're seeing here Orangutan X slowly catching on to the rhythm that FULLSENSE Sapphire is setting for them, right? They're saying, okay, this is how you want to play. We have to do it a step further. And you can see that, especially with the way Twirly entries. She just goes in, make sure that they can't set up.
I was thinking about the shorty showdown, man. They brought out the shorties, and then they were like, oh, I'm out of bullets. I'm gonna bring out the other one. The reload. It felt like everything stopped, but you made a good point there, Mika. Let's talk about how that game really unfolded for now. Seems like for FULLSENSE Sapphire, it's just wave upon wave of contact towards the side. If it's usually you always watch out for Polly and Baby TZ who are on side because they're that first contact to shut down players like the duelist here from the side of Orangutan. Whenever we see Twirly go in, she's already being oppressed. Not just by those two players, but then you still have Margot, you still have Ginny, and they're not just that initial utility to help on out, but they also swing on by as well. And that's how suddenly FULLSENSE Sapphire has the numbers in their favor. You'd think that initial contact can work for Orangutan, whether or not they get that first kill, but once FULLSENSE Sapphire converge accordingly, they're just so quick on the retake. The only answer we've seen so far from Orangutan, especially in the last 2 rounds that they got on the scoreboard, they went even quicker, they went even faster, and if they can actually just outpace FULLSENSE Sapphire and the pace-making tools as well as just the general flow of the game itself, then maybe that's where they can stand a chance now moving forward.
Maybe indeed, but it is time to switch sides, and this time FULLSENSE Sapphire is gonna be on attack. So if they like to go fast on defense, I hope Orangutan X is prepared for what FULLSENSE Sapphire has to offer as we go back into our map over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Mika and Daks. Gotta go fast or gotta go slow? That is the question, and FULLSENSE Sapphire on the attack will tell us everything.
Yeah, but sometimes they do play so fast that you couldn't really keep track of Muffin anymore, where she is on that A site. And once she dashes, it's as if she has another dash equipped, which is kind of unfair with how she moves within the map. And that's really something that OGX should be able to control. And Muffin here, yep, she's doing everything so fast.
Well, Muffin is in A-Long, but also look at mid. Oh, both Jet duelists are so fast. It's kind of crazy, but at the same time, Twirly's position has been made known, and she's down to 70 HP. Given the rotations now, Muffin could somewhat lurk around mid, while the rest of the team sets up for a hit towards C.
Yeah, that was quick for her, but, you know, not much to do there because she didn't really have a teammate to back her up. But Daks come in their way, and another dash here for Muffin, with Casper's just waiting here to this box, waiting for the perfect moment to peek out. Just one, though! That was a clean shot.
And then the trades still come in. OGX continue to push up front, and they will be able to swarm the site. Baby TZ not quite able to flake back and forth. It was low HP for OGX, but they managed to recover 5 to 8 now. And this is not too bad. They might be able to come back.
Yeah, definitely. This is a pistol round that they need to try and narrow in that gap, right? For FULLSENSE Sapphire, with how quick they are. Probably, they were also quick in their rotations. It's good that they didn't really move away from the sites that they covered. So Casper and as well as Japeeps had a beautiful crossfire going on there. And with that utility, it slowed FULLSENSE Sapphire as to what they had planned during that push. This time, though, OGX, they have something planned too, because 3 members of theirs, the Sova, the Breach, and the Jet, are all here in A waiting for them.
With guns, too? Oh my god, don't it? Oh, FULLSENSE Sapphire just... They know they're there. I think they're trying to get a pick of sorts. And just setting up right now, the fault line comes in. Japips and Twirly able to answer back. That's the first 2 players gone. Polly managed to sneak up into B amidst all of this. Good play and good plan all of a sudden. OGX not quite sure where they are. Managed to find it out though. Japips on the site. Swings out again and trying to play that sideways peek. The Spectre run and gun spray and pray. OGX. They bring us to an 8 to 6.
I don't know if there was a bit of miscomm there, because Polly and Baby TZ seemed as if they were running towards C, or were they just, you know, looking for members of OGX in rotation. But Ginny there just really wanted to plant down the spike, probably because she had only a classic in hand, and she wanted to, you know, use that to her advantage and just, you know, peek out in close corners instead. But that didn't really go their way. But good kills for FULLSENSE Sapphire. An almost win there for that forced buy of OGX, which leaves them now with just, you know, pistols yet again because of that punish of Sapphire.
It's a good eco round, but they're buying up the Vandals. They've got the light shields, and oh, this position from Twirly could be very, very fatal, given the right timing at the right peaks. Hunter's Fury out from Japips, and it does flush some of them out of position, but Baby TZ hopping back, spots Twirly in time, takes her out. It's gonna be a 3-player retake. Emmy with the aftershock just to even out the odds. 3 players from FULLSENSE still holding on the site. If OGX takes this round, that will be huge for their momentum, but it's not gonna be easy. Marco holding the angles. Muffin from the side. Everything watching down C-Link. And that's going to be FULLSENSE Sapphire securing their lead again.
Yeah, with the weapons that OGX had, it wasn't really a surprise that FULLSENSE Sapphire will, you know, take that win against them. But I love the utility of Emmy here. She's been really very crucial when it comes to Twirly's skills. As you saw in the first half, Twirly would be so confident dashing through because there would be a stun from her. And I love that there is at least an equal use of that with Ginny as the breach and her, I mean Emmy as the breach for OGX. That just, you know, levels out the playing field with how to do it utility. But, you know, when it comes to the first kills, it's Twirly for this round.
Sometimes utility might displace certain positions, but at the same time, when it comes to Twirly and her peaks, she's almost always able to get a couple, given how fast she plays, given how she knows the ace sight at the back of her hand. Picks off yet another, down to 30 HP. Baby TZ sneaked in through B though, and now managing to sneak herself up towards heaven. They've got a full minute to play with, so Full Sense could rotate if they wanted, but instead they're just going to flash aside, allow for Baby TZ to strike from heaven. Polly up front will be able to get the third. And that leaves us with the last two, Casper, Aruma. One from the front, one from the back. Casper made a bit of noise, and Polly hears it. Manages to put her out of her misery. Aruma now, last one left, waits for the lockdown, but she's got a tall task ahead of her. Tries to sneak up the back, and well, Baby TZ doesn't have to watch it because of that alarm bot. Speaking of utility, that just gave her position away. Has to flick back around given the sudden peak, but Baby TZ lands it anyway. Banged up to 5 HP, but still survive. 10-6 for Full Sense Sapphire.
Now, when it comes to that push there, they had a good idea, and it was all about Baby TZ's flank. Nobody caught her as she was crossing through B. I mean, the first one who spotted her was Twirly, but she couldn't really do anything about it. And that was really what was essential for Full Sense Sapphire's push, because if you already know that there are people behind the box, just one blind will just displace them, and then Baby TZ just took care of every single thing.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing about playing around the boxes, huh? and hence, perhaps Orangutan X has to start trying to play anti-flash positions at times. I mean, look at the scoreboard right now. Ginny, despite being at the bottom, she's got 17 assists, Donut, and that's how good she is with her reads and her utility. Meanwhile, the rest of her team just popping off with frags. Orangutan might call the timeout in this round, and hopefully Coach Gunner might be able to course correct them, because if they can't win this, first of all, they're out of the tournament. But secondly, sorry, Mika, but we might have to reconsider that title of Queens of Haven.
Oh, that is true. At least in Haven here, we all know that Sapphire used to pick this a lot. So now they're just, readjusting that composition with Margot, but it's gonna be a bloodbath here in C. 3 people just cleaned up through that whole carpet. Now they walk through it. Stars, but it doesn't align for Emmy.
Yeah, we're gonna see stars instead, Donut. Oh no, that
Blinding.
definitely knocks you out, and yeah, you're blinded by the brilliance of just a full head-on collision. Japiv's trying to do her peek again, but this time with the Marshall, not quite able to connect the shot. Full Sense Sapphire, 11-6.
It was kind of like a landslide there. There wasn't anything that Orangutan can do about that. 3 people peeking at you, and Margot just really knew where to pre-fire. Initially, I think one was expecting somebody behind the box, but they were too close, and because of that, right, the cavalry was there waiting for them to push out. And OGX, though, I have to say that Twirly's Blade Storm might make all the difference here, but Ginny here, she might get more assists because she does have the Rolling Thunder online again.
Face your fear!
Oh boy. Well, no need to worry about any of those ultimates if the site's completely clear. And that could just be a very intentional play from OGX. They want to go in for the retake and come in with a big flank as well. 2 players headed towards C long, and Baby TZ's aware of this. Positions herself along her turret, tries to play off of its contact, but instead she gets surprised by Twirly. Now the rest of the team trying to make their way through the link as well. Twirly able to make it a trade. Full Sense Sapphire still trying to hold from the site. Got Muffin up by Logs, but she doesn't quite survive. It's up to Margot, and she's gotten a quick triple now. 1-on-1. Twirly peeks out, and Margot! A quadra to bring Full Sense Sapphire to match point.
Margot has been so good when it comes to these pressure situations and always getting that
Player
4K.
standing.
She did, I think I recall a round from yesterday when she was dancing around with some boxes, and each and every time she peeked out, headshot comes in. And I think this was also another example of her and her impact for the team of FSS. And even as a Fade, right, we would usually see her play a controller role, but she has been at least performing better as the Fade for this specific map.
Yeah, for this team, learning a different role, and she's still adapted to it so well. This time, Rolling Thunder in towards A, and they've managed to clear it completely. The site is theirs. And, well, Orangutan X are trying to set up for the retake, but there's so much noise. Guess what? The spike headed towards C. Oh,
You want to
gosh.
fight it?
Oh, there are players around this spot. You have to consider how Muffin is coming up with a big flank.
Block inside it.
She's taking her time because she thinks the possible divide will buy her some time, but she has to rush in, rush through that wall.
Ooh.
But Emmy has the Rolling Thunder, and she's doing so well. She gets the first kill. Another flash though. It's
One
not
enemy
gonna go
remaining.
down to her. No, she takes the victory. Muffin left all alone. She finishes it, and they're now match point.
Still, I mean, Japip's just sticking onto the spike, manages to get the defuse at the last second. One of those things with the flanks taking a little bit long. I mean, despite the tailwind and the right click, round still going towards FULLSENSE Sapphire's way. I mean, a smart strat, sure, but one thing that they did not anticipate was how fast Orangutan would respond, and given Emmy's Rolling Thunder as well. So this time, damage still sustained. Aruma's gonna have a lockdown, but also a half buy from the rest of the team.
And with FULLSENSE Sapphire at match point, these buys should make it work.
Oh my god.
Though, with a double quick one in main and baby TZ though is
Close your eyes. My ult is
yes. She is gonna die, and Margot quick on that trade against Emmy.
Spike
This
planted.
judge though by Twirly, I don't think
Face
this
your
is
fear!
effective. Depends on how they play this round with that Nightfall too, facing them on their
Whoa.
faces, and Casper just doing the job, taking the first one down.
Yeah, and she's trying to create a bit of a distraction
Thank
to allow Twirly to get onto the side as
One
well.
enemy remaining.
Still though, oh my god, spotted out by the timing of that haunt. It's down to a 1-on-3, and this could be over in a second. Casper slowly trying to peek out, trying to break this crossfire. Manages to draw them away for a second, but not before Margot puts that final nail in the coffin. 13-7, and FULLSENSE Sapphire takes away the first map.
You know, sometimes we would just want to fix our eyes on Muffin and baby TZ, but sometimes, you know, Margot just really shines all throughout, even as a Fade. And as you mentioned, right, her adjustment to her role as initiator for the team has brought a lot of wonders for them. You know, not leaving Ginny all alone, doing all of the calls, the initiations. She does so well in terms of, you know, giving that space for the rest of her team.
Yeah, well, again, this doesn't end here. Yes, Orangutan, you know, they might have lost the first map. I don't know, are they still the Queens of Haven? But at least they are still warmed up. Let's see what happens in the next map. Our panelists will talk us through it. Mika and Daks, this is yours.
Thank you very much, Quack and Donut. And yes, we do have to, you know, put that up for consideration. Queens of Haven, maybe not quite yet, especially when FULLSENSE Sapphire has something to say about it. And Dax, I just have to say, like, the setups of FULLSENSE Sapphire here on this map and the way that Muffin's entry is just beautifully escorted with all of the utility that Ginny has to offer, for example. It's just so great to see this level of teamwork come in, especially, you know, coming from a team that has that, you know, international experience, of course, and now participating in Open 2 yet again.
Yeah, FULLSENSE Sapphire, they look to be the most synchronized squad that we have here. Muffin not only has been performing exceptionally, but is really the most enabled duelist we have had here in Open 2 as from what we've seen the past few days. And you can really love FULLSENSE Sapphire right now. A stain for a stain, Mika. They answer back by beating Orangutan X on their own mapping, finally giving them a loss this year. And while there are big efforts there from Twirly, I love the utility usage there from Emmy, very aggressive with it. Aruma as well coming in clutch in the first half. It was just FULLSENSE Sapphire and every single one of these players doing their jobs. Baby TZ, the ultimate shutdown machine on the first half, as well as somehow she gets in there, Mika, on the second half. How is she in those positions? How is she lurked that way? FULLSENSE Sapphire, they just find opportunities everywhere provided and created by their team.
I don't know how she was able to get up there. I mean, like the casters mentioned, Julia already saw her. It's like she shouldn't have been able to get away with that, but she did and got away with so much more in that round and so many rounds, right? Baby TZ was definitely one of the anchors of this victory here on Haven for FULLSENSE Sapphire. And, you know, on the other side for Orangutan X, like, yes, there were some memorable plays indeed. Twirly was definitely, like, you know, right up there, but I also got the sense that, like, there were times wherein, like, Twirly, for example, got, you know, horse blinders. You could kind of sense that, you know, she was just, it was a W gaming, but without the rest of the squad in sync, really. So it wasn't exactly as synchronized as what FULLSENSE Sapphire was prepared to offer. And we did see that fall apart in a lot of rounds. And it was just like, you know, for the side of Orangutan X, you could feel the morale shake a little when they would lose to something like, you know, something like that rather.
Yeah, Orangutan X, it's just such a difficult state where you're trying to beat the other team at their own game. Their whole synergize outlook, right? And you can see here for the MVP, Baby TZ as well. From the backline, she just brings it forward. She has no fear whatsoever to actually come in contact with what Orangutan X brings to the sites. And not only that, she has just been absolutely impeccable at finding the multifrags again and again. And from that point on, right, FULLSENSE Sapphire, they just can rely on each other to get the job done. One more for consideration, Margot in those final rounds.
Oh, yeah.
When it comes in clutch, it's just someone can step up for FULLSENSE Sapphire, and it's not just someone. Sometimes it's everyone.
Yeah, definitely. That's how it looked like for FULLSENSE. And like I think Quack pointed this out as well. You know, even Ginny, who had like 17 assists, I believe, as we stopped, or even more perhaps. And you could really sense that, you know, you could see the cohesion in the team. You know, it feels like you could actually hear Ginny calling out, you know, even though like you couldn't exactly hear them. But it's looking very, very well for FULLSENSE Sapphire, of course. On the side of Orangutan X, can they bounce back, especially since they've had a very long day? It's the real challenge. This is it, like, you know, the endurance to be able to pull through for these two series. We're gonna find out if they have just that right after this quick break. We'll be right back with the rest of the series.
Spike down. C. One enemy. My ultimate is left. Trinity, you're welcome. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Amateur.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Delete it. Ultimate is ready. Enemy down. One down. One enemy remaining. Did I get
Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
everybody to what could potentially be our final map today. We are in for I would say, like, potentially a long map here because I can tell that Orangutan X, they really, really do want this. They want to stay alive. They want that shot at the grand finals. They're up against FULLSENSE Sapphire here. And Dax, it's been a long day for these apes.
How far and how long can the planet of the Eights rotate, right? As FULLSENSE, they took that first map pick. They took it away from Orangutan X. And now we're going to move over to Split, where for Orangutan, there's something that they need to prove after their last outing on it. But you mentioned it, Mika. It has to be exhausting here for Orangutan. They played 2 incredible maps against Global Esports. They were hard fought on that map over at Haven for first outing. But in the end, FULLSENSE Sapphire, it just feels like, as a team itself, the unit of FULLSENSE Sapphire works so well together, so coordinated, so apt at what they need to do, and it just really feels like right now, they're the machine that cannot be beaten unless you can just be as organized as them.
Yep, and Orangutan X, they have not won on Split just yet. Granted, it was just one time versus the Hero KDA in our lower round, but still, you know, it's still something that needs work. They have been avoiding this map as well. So you can tell that they're pushed to, you know, a level of uncomfortability here in this series, especially as we mentioned, coming from the earlier series today, and FULLSENSE Sapphire coming in very, very, very refreshed, right? And we can see it. We can definitely see it in their movements. FULLSENSE Sapphire are very much acting like a cohesive unit as we saw earlier on Haven, right? And I think that, like, now that was the warm up for FULLSENSE Sapphire. What's that going to be? What's that next level going to look like for FULLSENSE Sapphire? We're about to find out.
Yeah, and just some of the things you've noticed also in the previous game. We talked about how Muffin has been absolutely enabled here by the rest of the team. And because of that, I think right now she has the third most highest ACS over in open 2, always surviving, always there to bring in the fight. And just because they get her in position, she's so eager and so precise to get those takedowns. Another thing I noticed while I was talking to Quack in between the break, actually, while checking out on different progresses for different things, we noticed that there were many instances where FULLSENSE Sapphire, they picked up the light armor in cases where it would be a full buy, a time even against the Stinger. But you realize that kind of situation, they were very confident to be dealing with the Vandals from the side of Orangutan X, that they can get away with this kind of economy. And just because of them playing such an interesting macro game, there were rounds that were able to afford a few more buys, a few more rifles than they should have. So Orangutan X, it's not just really their coordination that needs to be at the level of FULLSENSE, but it's also that line of thinking, because Sapphire right now, they're on the next level and how they're really looking at the game here.
Yes, that full shield meta as made popular by my favorite boys over in EMEA. But now we are heading into Agent Select here on Split, and it looks like we're gonna have Baby TZ on the Cypher, very exciting, Margot on the stage as well. And on the side of Orangutan X, we're looking at Emmy and Twirly with that double duelist setup.
Yeah, and the big shift here is we're not going to be getting the Reyna anymore. The only time we saw Orangutan X play this map was with Chloe yesterday against the Hero KDA. So now that you have your standard double duelist fanfare that they've been practicing all throughout, the one they run on Bind, is it going to be enough to breach defenses on the attack? It was a decent attacking side from them, around 5 rounds anyway versus the Hero KDA. But yet again, FULLSENSE, so much control options here, Mika. Margot on that Sage. Slow orbs can be pesky. Ginny has been rotating between, 3 different initiators so far. All of them oppressive. And with Muffin flexing over to that Raze as well, it's time for her to prove that she can pretty much play anything FULLSENSE Sapphire needs.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Emmy and I'm looking at Twirly, you know, against Muffin. But as we saw earlier, like, sometimes Muffin is all you need, right? Especially when you do have Baby TZ and when you have players like Margot that are willing to be anchors for the site, just in case, you know, the first few seconds of the round doesn't pan out, they're your insurance policy. But we're gonna see right now who takes Split. Is it gonna be a 2-0 in favor of FULLSENSE Sapphire, or is this the start of the comeback of Orangutan X? We're gonna find out. Over to your casters.
Thank you very much, Mika and Daks. Yeah, this could go any way. I mean, Split, given the fact that it's FULLSENSE Sapphire's pick, I think they noticed that the game from yesterday against the Hero KDA maybe didn't go too well, and they might have some holes to poke at here. Hey, I'm Quack. This is Donut. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, yesterday's game in Split for for Orangutan X. It didn't really go so well, but they had at least they managed to string in a couple of rounds. What I think they had really to improve on was how they would take mid and how they would protect mid at all costs. Because at least given the changes of this map, I think mid is still, you know, the golden ground wherein you really have to protect it at all costs. And maybe with the Sage in favor of FULLSENSE Sapphire here, at least for Margot, when she can anchor on the sites on her own, being a pseudo controller even as an initiator, I guess that will make all of the difference. But it's up to Emmy and as well as Twirly, as both of the duelists, to try and, you know, tear all of those barriers down in the form of either the slow orbs and as well as the barrier orbs from the Sage.
Yeah, they really need to really crack their heads on this one. It's like a very different composition, right? And then it's something that we saw before just a couple of days ago. FULLSENSE Sapphire picking this against RQ Kaguya. And they did pretty darn well in that map, knocking RQ Kaguya down into the lower bracket. And again, like, that's something that, you know, a lot of us didn't really anticipate. It's really strong, it's really effective, and there's so much control that they have with it because of that Sage pick like you talked about, but they also have Baby TZ and Poly on more similarly defensive agents. An Omen, which has a little bit more flexibility with a Paranoia and the Shrouded Step, but also Baby TZ, Sentinel, Cypher. It's really tough to break through, right? You really need to going really aggressive somehow. I'm not sure. It could be something similar to what we just saw in the previous series when they played, you know, Emmy and Torley, Jet and Raze on Bind against Global Esports Phoenix.
Yeah, I'm looking at the stats right now, and Ginny yet again, they finished strong against RQ Kaguya with about 14.
Yeah.
Sorry, I think I got that right. Like 14 assists from her as the breach. And if we saw her with like 17 plus assists in the map of Haven, with more here in Split, because when you look at how the map is structured, it's very narrow. The entry points are narrow, the coverage for all of those stuns can actually provide and slow OGX down. I guess that's gonna be what's scary. And look at her, she's actually already ready with it.
Oh, well, starting off on defense, that's probably what you would do. Wall up by mid. If they break it, it's info. If not, you just control the area. But now, okay, all right, that works too. Emmy just rushes in towards Heaven and finds a pick. Actually, a second. Oh my goodness, Japips and the timing on the guiding light. Ginny has to run away. He tries to hold them back with the aftershock, but only for a second.
For more though. Flash doesn't come in because she heard the dash away, but Emmy is just on top of that box waiting for anybody to peek, and that's gonna be Polly. She's down and she already has 3k. Rotations come in for OGX too.
Oh, she is 6 HP, but yeah, with this aggressive pick, especially up by Heaven, 3 players down, definitely can feel the rotations being baited over. And now with all this space, Aruma even goes deeper just to cut them off on the rotations, catches them by the timing of it, and it's gonna be a flawless win for OGX.
Yeah, definitely. I think the stuns were there, initially placed in A main, but what OGX managed to do there was, you know, quietly walk up towards the ramps and, you know, try that element of surprise. Even there, Emmy, you know,
30 seconds left.
silently waiting for anybody to peek out and getting that headshot angle was just something that FULLSENSE Sapphire didn't expect at all. So if there's anything that, you know, they should take note of for the map of Split is expect the unexpected. If it's silent, doesn't mean that nobody's there. It means that probably they're already there waiting for you.
If anything, FULLSENSE is a team that often, you know, led by Ginny. They should be able to read these. But Shorty versus Bucky, I guess the bigger gun wins. Sometimes the small one wins too, with Baby TZ and the classic, just a right click to the face. But the question still remains, what is OGX's game plan, and it would feel like it's that same rotation, but this time with a lurk from Aruma around the middle. Cyber Cage blocks off Margot. But here we go into heaven, and oh, baby TZ can't really hold for long. Margot's the last one left, goes into a trip, tries to break it, and Aruma just
No one left to
cleans
send
it
a
up.
message.
2-0.
Oh well.
Yeah, I think their plan here is the same as Haven. I see Casper just lurking around, hanging around in the lobby, and Aruma just, you know, waiting for anybody to push up towards mid. If there's nobody there, then she actually fills in a bit of space, and then she calls out the information so that the rotations can come in for OGX. I think that's a smart way to play this map, especially with how FULLSENSE likes to gain control of one area of the map, and then they just let go of another side entirely so that there is a bit of balance, or balance can be reclaimed after that. But oh my gosh, the blinds come in and fight.
Down
It's a triple kill. Casper is there,
Player
shut her
standing.
down, but an immediate trade for Margot, leaving Aruma all alone. She does have a cyber cage to try and retrieve that spike,
Here.
but I don't know what she can do with this against, you know, the Vandals and the prowess of FULLSENSE Sapphire.
Yeah, you were talking about balance, and this time FULLSENSE Sapphire gets the read, and they upset that balance. Emmy and Torley thought they could go in fast. Emmy buying up the Bucky, and just run straight into Polly's volley of bullets. Margot with the peek now gets information. Aruma still trying to regain control of her ramp. We'll be able to hop on up, but baby TZ is watching the ankle.
No one
Easy
cleans
spray or burst. It's going to be 1-2, a standard start here.
Yep, for that specific round, I think OGX just really wanted to gain that space and use all of the Bucky, right, in their favor. I mean, the short-range weapons in their favor. But that's not going to be the case against Polly. Again, she's a player with one of the highest ACSs for game changers. And if you're going to peek her, even as a triple, she's just going to mow you down. And that was just quick kills for her, so ramp probably is a no-go. That's why they send Aruma over there. A change of pace here as 3 people are invested towards mid instead of OGX.
Changes needed to be made. But at the same time, I mean, given the positions from FULLSENSE Sapphire, look at how quickly Polly rotated over towards B stairs. It's just recognizing the fact that, all right, they've adapted to how we hold ramp. I'm going to adapt to how they're trying to adapt on the map, too. That's why she's back towards screen now, sensing that they took mid. The rest of them from FULLSENSE pushed out of garage, though, and that's Casper gone. No more smokes for them in this round. OGX continue to push, and out from B Heaven, they managed to take the site. Ginny is reading this like a book, though. Just holding these positions, able to try to go in for a spray, but double peeked by 2 players. She's not going to be able to hold for long. Her teammates come in to aid, and that's going to be Margot cleaning up. Aruma's the last one left, coming up from garage. Baby TZ expects this and tries to go in for the spray. Even a bit of a preemptive one. Margot sticks the defuse, and we are now tied up.
Than my last team.
Yeah, during that round, I think even with Casper down and with no smokes to play with, they had a good idea to push forward through spawn, right? But Ginny had the read, they sent over 2 more. But Twirly just being so complacent and assuming that there is no more, there are no more members from Sapphire rotating towards spawn, was just what really lost them that round. At least they had the heads. The kills went in their favor. It was supposed to be a 2v2 if she got the kill, or she wasn't really picking up that gun. So they really have to be more aware about the positioning of Muffin. And thereby ramp, she still gets another kill. Baby TZ uses that ultimate to find out where they
Enemy
are.
remaining.
Better than yours.
Yeah, we know where they are.
They're dead.
There they are.
Take what's
And
yours.
it's that same sort of rush, don't it? It doesn't quite work out any longer, especially when FSS peek out A ramp.
Yeah, I mean, the sprays come in for Muffin, and immediately when she backs away, it's gonna be like a tap out, and it's gonna be like a tag. And okay, I'm already
You're
low.
it.
Can you take this
enemy
for me?
remaining.
And Baby TZ just gladly helps out and gets a 3 gig.
I thought you meant tag, like tag you're it, and then they start running around. No, tag teammate comes in, yeah, and that's precisely how FULLSENSE Sapphire recovers, and it's that coordination and teamwork again. Everyone is able to communicate effectively, and with Ginny's reads and the team's positioning, they're able to counter some of OGX's threats. That's it. This is only round 6 now. It's still rather early on, but 3 rounds won in a row. And Coach Gunner or maybe someone from OGX, they want to stifle this momentum. So timeout, and let's see. What are our options? How can we play around this? We've got Seekers and the Neural Theft. We know the A-Ramp rush doesn't quite work out the way that we want, but you know, a lot of these have been just sort of blind rushes. We haven't really used a lot of utility to take quick control over these areas.
Right there. Right there.
Probably the Seekers would be a solution to that if they really want to do it quick, but the first 2 rounds was something that worked for them. It was kind of a default play wherein they were balanced all throughout the map, slowly walking past mid, Casper catching somebody off guard. But after that, those 2 rounds, they didn't really do it again, and maybe this is one of those rounds wherein they would use the Seekers, but just they just retrieved that orb so that the showstopper for Twirly comes online.
I should hope they use one of these ultimates, because they could be really effective. But at the same time, look at how FSS are reading this situation. 4 players now in B. I think trying to play around an anchor on the right site. It does leave A a little bit open though, but Margot with this wall, we'll be able to buy a bit of time, and now she's just holding the angle. Wall's down, so everyone rotates back around.
I've got your trail.
And they're just trying to get a sense where our OGX are. The Seekers will be popped. And here comes the hit towards the A site. Showstopper. There we go. We got slowed. Rocket Fuse left with like half the meter. It does get commit towards the back, but it doesn't really connect
30
onto
seconds
anyone.
left.
FULLSENSE Sapphire holds the ground. They've managed to read this. They've managed to hold the positions.
Yeah, that's the problem with the slow rotate,
Not
right?
ready yet.
Jenny just reads the situation well. She rotated together with Muffin there, so they had nothing else to do. The stopper is down. And even now Aruma and Japips, they deliver the triple kill. And they get the spike plant down.
Oh my god, with a second remaining. Oh, she saw through the glass. Oh my god, she gets the shot anyway. Tried to push back at the elbow, and Baby Teasy's just a little bit faster, a little bit more ready. And that takes us to a 4-2. FULLSENSE Sapphire. God damn.
Yeah, there are these small mistakes though for OGX. I think that happened to Twirly also. When it was already a winnable round, they wanted to just swap the guns, right? Instead of reloading, the amount of time of swapping the gun is less, but the risk of getting caught with your pants down is even higher. So that happened twice for OGX, and the position for Japips was so out in the open. That's why Baby TZ was able to, get that double kill.
So our only option was to either like go further back of sight, and that would give Baby TZ a lot of room to work with. So a little bit unfortunate, but here we go. OGX again, fast as ever. This is their double duelist, and this is their style. They're gonna go straight into the heaven. Ginny's trying to hold them. The Cloudburst does give her a bit of room, and well, spam doesn't quite connect. Emmy might be down to 89, but she's still very much alive, very much kicking. And we're just going to block off mailroom for a second. OGX has to reconsider their options.
Yeah, instead of moving forward towards events though, they recollect and go back towards B lobby, where it's gonna be the duo of Muffin and Baby TZ greeting them, saying hello, and there's a line, but Twirly says do too.
Tripwire destroyed.
All right, well, we've exchanged greetings. Now we've got to close the door in their faces. Don't come into the house. I don't have any sugar for you here, neighbor. Baby TZ tries to shoot back though, and she does manage to do it. Genie comes in to help, but oh my god! Emmy from the top of heaven, they line up for 4. She's down to 5 HP. Can she make this happen? Needs to plant the spike, and this instantly gives her position away. Polly spots it, tries to trap her from behind. She lets a shot out to heaven, but Margot from below drags her down, and it's going to be FULLSENSE Sapphire moving forward.
I believed for a second that Emmy would clutch that out, even with 5 HP, but Margot was just quick to provide that trade for the team. BBT's
One
here,
enemy remaining.
to bring them down, but it was Emmy really providing that impact for OGX. It was just unfortunate that 2 members from Sapphire, both Polly and as well as Margot, have already reached so near that spike that she wasn't able to at least reposition or recover after that first kill.
I just can't believe that. It's such a good attempt from Emmy, but still. FULLSENSE Sapphire now trying to strike back against them, trying to make sure that they don't get the space before they do. Multiple players pushing down mid instantly, so much control gained, and Orangutan X did not expect this whatsoever.
Yeah, I love the variety of Sapphire's defense here. Sometimes they just keep quiet on towards the site, use the spy cam, and then maybe TZ will peek out when she's tagged 1, or you could have this round wherein it's very explosive towards mid with a showstopper.
And I really love, I mean, it's great that we've got player cams, and you can always see the players communicating a lot. Muffin especially sometimes, just letting her team know so much and see the exchange of information as well. Iruma was trying to make a call towards certain side, or trying to guess where FULLSENSE Sapphire could be, but with 4 players who have now retreated, they could be anywhere. Hence, OGX are making such slow moves. They've managed to take B Heaven, but now a quick push in towards the site. They drop down, and Polly could be right around the corner. Margot as well on the site. And then again, just reading the situation, watching the angles, Orangutan X had no escape.
You know, escape as well with a tripwire there, just there in a Heaven. When it comes to the Cypher setups, it's the camera and the tripwire there, and B, and then another one towards a ramp, so that nothing, I mean, with the first round with Emmy, right, they don't want anything like that anymore, so that's why they spread the tripwires across the whole site, the whole map, to be able to gain ground. This time though, they might go for another A rush. Let's see what will happen here, Quack.
Just trying to play around it too, though. I mean, Orangutan X is making use of whatever utility that they have, but or whatever economy they have. But really, right now, it's a lack of space. Apart from the first 2 rounds that they won, they haven't gotten anything, don't it? FULLSENSE Sapphire are now putting up roadblocks every step of the way. Look at this barrier.
It's a big barrier, but Emmy can updraft. But can she get the kill? Can she find out where Polly is here on towards the site?
Polly's hiding. She's waiting. And Emmy tries to clear out back sight by updrafting upwards, such a high elevation, but sadly, nobody's here.
Spike planted.
The entire squad from FULLSENSE Sapphire are just setting up for a retake, because guess what? Ginny has a rolling thunder. Muffin, everyone, Margot, control over Heaven. And here it is, completely pushes them off and in towards Garage. Muffin pings and calls it that they're hiding behind there. It's gonna be a shot through as well, tracking mid-air. Margot, incredible. Last player left alive, and she's only got a frenzy. Unfortunately for Casper, not able to breathe for a second longer. FULLSENSE Sapphire. This is FULLSENSE Sapphire steamrolling them on the defense.
Yeah, and even if they had the Rolling Thunder, they didn't use it at all, because the moment that they stepped foot on the site, I mean, when I looked at the feed, 3 kills go in favor of FULLSENSE Sapphire. I think they just really wanted to opt for that retake, and Margot just, you know, planting her feet down removing herself away from that threat was a good decision to make. And once that happens, right, her heals are going to be valuable for that specific round, and even her kills for that retake. So I guess it was just about their choices. This time, though, they choose to do again their strategy for for round number 1. Let's see if it works out this time.
This time a little bit slower. But it's still that double duelist core trying to take control over spots of the map. Now read by Ginny. Fault line gets sent out. Twirly's able to steady her footing for a second. And then the paint shells blow her up. Ginny still calling around this, and you can see the team just trying to play around it too. A bit of presence made around Garage though, don't it?
The presence is there, and Polly's just jump peeking, but she's ready with a paranoia too. So if they actually walk out of there, Polly's just gonna get free kills in case, right? It all connects. But she's gonna be the lone defender of the site, and with that, Margot is gonna use her resurrection to be able to, you know, have that advantage of a 4v3. Sorry, 4v5.
I'm trying to. The reads have been made though, and well, rotation over to the site, but the Cosmic Divide does block them off a little bit. Emmy pushes in, gets a quick double, but Polly trades it off as well. Muffin now dropping up from heaven, just descends upon them. Everything that OGX tries to throw at FSS gets countered.
Thanks.
Yeah, I think what FSS is trying to do here is save everything for the retake, slow everything. Let's just drop down on them like a huge waterfall, and then OGX gets drowned with all of the utility and the firepower of FULLSENSE Sapphire. That's what's been happening for the past 8 rounds, actually, that they've won. After the 2 pistol rounds, the pistol round and, of course, the force buy of OGX, they have no way to try and counter that type of waterfall from FULLSENSE Sapphire.
It's such a good and effective protocol for retaking or even just fending them off at the right times. I mean, this is too darn good, Donut, and I don't know. Coach Gunnar has already spent the time out, and it's overwhelming odds right now for OGX, but they need this if we are go to a map 3.
This round, we do have a play early, but Muffin there just dodges that guiding light and quick response with the paint shells. Baby TZ for the rescue, but traded out by the showstopper of Twirly.
Only for a second, not before Polly comes from behind. OGX's teammates making their way through mid. They need the spot. Oh god, this dark cover!
They're already one's down, but Emmy. So 2 more. Try and cover the spike, but no, Polly is so ready for that kill in 9 straight
Last
rounds.
round before the
For
switch.
FULLSENSE Sapphire, OGX had the spike out in the open. It was so far to retrieve. Emmy and Naruma, they try their best to recover it, but that's not going to be enough. There are still 4 players for Sapphire remaining.
Oh, sweet Lord, have mercy. I mean, it's a good attempt. Look at how Emmy actually peeks out, finds one pick. A very well-placed headshot onto its Muffin's head, but the teamwork and having that many players around just to respond from FSS, it's too darn good. Last round before the swap, Donut, and here they go. Emmy just tries to push it. Oh, a bit of an updrift, and she catches Baby TZ, but gets blown up by Muffin, and our showstopper even pulls out the Vandal on towards Aruma. 3 players left. Twirly on a judge. And they're trying, Donut, they're trying.
They're trying their best, but with a judge of Twirly, I don't think they can do enough here. I think an opening kill for them could, you know, make all of the difference Japeeps missed Jinny's body. She will use the guiding light to try and clear on the left, and that compromises Muffin too. Although Margot and Muffin all take the kills, and Muffin finishing strong with a 4K there, Quack.
That is
Switching
unbelievable.
sides.
Margot's timings on those slow orbs are always good.
And I think there's really a lot to say here. FULLSENSE Sapphire, 10 points to OGX's first 2 rounds. I think the panel has a lot of thoughts about this. So Mika and Daks, let us know what you think about the second half.
I just think that FULLSENSE Sapphire are just 100% prepared. I mean, like the casters mentioned, every single thing that Orangutan X throw at FULLSENSE Sapphire, they somehow have a counter to it. You know, whether it's a cosmic divide, whether it's whatever you have, you know, they always have a plan. They're always together. They always know how to execute, and it just is really, really frustrating for the side of Orangutan X because, like, what more can they do?
They can see it already here for Orangutan X. They're getting there towards the site. They're getting the entries that they need. But the real crux of the problem here is when they face off against FULLSENSE Sapphire, they are contained. Some of the most incredible trades we have seen from FULLSENSE Sapphire, not just in the shot quality itself, but the speed of where they do it. Once we get Orangutan X towards the side, it means FULLSENSE is already cascading towards them. And I feel like one of the big swing rounds here, or a pair of swing rounds that happened on that first half, were the back-to-back clutch moments between Baby TZ as well as Margot. It's Orangutan X finding the kills. We're seeing here from Emmy some incredible jet play. But the problem is you're running that double duelist and you're still not getting as much of the map that you want. You're getting stalled, you're getting stopped, and FULLSENSE, as soon as they do that, they just make it as claustrophobic as possible to remove the options from Orangutan X rather.
And like the caster mentioned it as well, Margot is just like suddenly Sage is a controller, you know? It's like she has so much command of that mid to B heavens area. It's like, you know, she is definitely one of the heaviest obstacles that Orangutan X have to go through, and then there's the rest of FULLSENSE Sapphire. I'm not really sure how they can come back from this, but we'll see how the rest of this map plays out. Over to you, casters.
I mean, our panelists are absolutely right, and so much of it feels claustrophobic at times. We have to see how the rest of this plays out, but from a 10-2, if OGX can't pick up this pistol, I'm worried, don't it? I'm so worried.
Yeah, apart from, you know, being claustrophobic, it's as if OGX also is boxed in when it comes to the ideas during the first half. But this time, I think they have a lot of wiggle room as they are on the defense. FULLSENSE Sapphire, I think they might want to reconsider this with all the traps. But nope, there's no kills through that smoke.
Wall raised.
Oh my god, no kills, and they actually have full control already. Oh, don't it. Look at this, they're pushing into screens. Baby DZ's just holding outside of ramp. She's got support from her teammate too. Emmy still aggressive as the duelist, and she's trying to break this up. Pushes in, she gets one, and then a trade response from Margot. Japips coming back in from top of ramps as well, and Casper coming out of defender spawn. Twirly coming in as well. The entire team chiming in to keep the OGX dream alive.
Yeah, and Casper waited the perfect moment. She knew that there might be people there already because they took so much space. But when everything else was chaotic on towards the site, that's when she peeked out. That's why when everything else was in distress, there in blue heaven,
One enemy
took
remaining.
her time and got the kills. I guess that's also what's wonderful about OGX here. The team play, probably what we didn't see that as much during their attack rounds, only because FULLSENSE Sapphire was able to box them in. Now that they're on the defense, maybe they can do the same as what Sapphire did to them.
Just hoping if it's gonna be possible. Again, well, we've got the buys this time, and FULLSENSE Sapphire back in with an explosive take onto the site. Aruma got completely
Wall raised.
surrounded,
Spike
and
planted.
Is a weapon possibly picked up for FULLSENSE Sapphire or not? But it's gonna be down to how this retake comes in, and OGX needs to make it happen. They approach in from ramps and trying to get the flick shot, fully whiffs. Emmy with a Bucky lands onto Ginny. 2 players remaining, and they've got some guns to play with, but not before long. Muffin tries to hold it with her own, the Spectre that she picked up, but ooh! Another sidestep shot from Japips, and she's been sharp today. Let's see if this gets sharper.
Why did I sign up for this shit?
Yeah, at least they were able to, you know, pick up that Phantom. I guess that's something that could counter the full buy of FULLSENSE Sapphire for the next round. I think one round at a time, right? Orangutan X, they showed us how it should be played, how a team play.
Cage triggered.
I guess it has to be the utility, right, Donut? It's so. I mean, thinking about how
Recovering.
FSS plays with this, with their full buys, they've got the light shields like Mika's favorite team, Summon FC, but still, they stream their way onto the site without much of care in the world, using the barrier orb from Margot, trying to stick the plant now, and they're.
Spike planted.
Oh my goodness, since when did she get up? Everyone from OGX are around the site and they're trying to hold this off, but Baby TZ lurking up. Emmy is very much aware though. Uses the Cloudburst to try to force the issue, and Baby TZ is forced to peek out as well.
Enemy remaining.
Meanwhile on the site, it's just absolute terror and destruction. FULLSENSE Sapphire. You talked about it, Donut. They just did not have the firepower to hold this.
Yeah, and against FULLSENSE Sapphire and how they're playing, they're actually like on fire right now with all of the kills. And Ginny, while again we were identifying her as really the shot caller of the team, she isn't really performing in terms of the kills, but the amount of effort that she brings in terms of the insight that she provides within the map itself, especially for Split, has been amazing. And her assists at the moment are 12. We've seen members of OGX, right, being stunned, being so dazed, and Margot's slow orbs, just containing everything else. And I guess that's also because of the leadership of Ginny. This time, though, Orangutan X, now that they have the full buys, which they missed out on the previous round, you have to really, you know, talk about how to contain this power of Sapphire.
And the
At
way
the moment, I guess it's also about the utility you mentioned, right? It could get some kills. It could be Twirly's paint shells. If she throws it with the same timing as Margot throws her slow orbs, then it could be deadly.
That's what I'm thinking about, because we've seen the way that FULLSENSE Sapphire kind of makes their way around sites. It's not the most explosive. It's not like a crazy set play, but they love to bait around rotations. Like Mika said on the desk, they're so clearly prepared for this. They've got plays. They've got anti-strats to adapt and work against OGX. OGX needs to find something like that of their own, and hopefully that timeout is one where they could have cooked this up at the same time. Mid and contest right now, and a deep nebula allows for FSS to look at this, rotate all the way through, and while we're talking about it, Baby TZ's already on the site.
Yeah, she's just waiting for the timing to destroy this tripwire while Aruma is actually watching Heaven. And she doesn't know that Baby TZ's already close in. She catches her.
Yeah, that crosshair placement told you everything. She was looking out for outside of ramp, did not expect Baby TZ to be right underneath her nose. 4v5. OGX trying to retake. We've got the Seekers from Japips. And that does inform quite a bit. Ginny trying to block out that space with her Aftershock. A bit of a Nova Pulse and Gravity Well 2 from Casper. And just enough of a strafe from Twirly. But Ginny answers back. Trades coming back in again. And now we've got screens. Paulie, though, coming back up towards the top of heaven. Oh my god. Just one tap from Marco. Thankfully, Amy's here. But they're running out of time, Donut. Muffin underneath this one cubby hole. And she's able to put a bit of a bullet through the skull. Casper fires back, but now it's match point.
That's an unfortunate way to reach match point, at least for OGX. They did try their best. Daruma was the first one to be brought down. But after that, right, that whole fight towards Swan, as they were trying to retake, brought down Ginny. But it all was about the amount of time that was bought. Imagine that Aftershock first, and then the blind comes in, another blind comes in. It was just all about the time, and FSS, they bought everything that they needed. But look at this push there. OGX, and Twirly gets the first one.
Uses the paint shells to keep them at bay too. Emmy's trying to peek out again, and she does spot a player. Might have tagged out Ginny just a bit. Margot's gonna spend the heal. His back's against the wall, and OGX are trying to do whatever they can. And Marco has a res, unfortunately. Baby TZ again. She just sneaked up from A. This could be over. We might have to say goodbye or goodnight to that dream of an OGX SMG rerun in the grand final.
I was so surprised about that too, because there's a tripwire there placed by Aruma. Did she jump over that? And Baby TZ, she's gonna find another timing behind the back. A knife to the back, and even another kill. It is gonna be dreams shattered by Baby TZ, but I'm not too sure. And she does. She recovers from that spray. She gets the win for FULLSENSE Sapphire. Dreams have been dampened for Orangutan X, but FULLSENSE Sapphire, they're going to the grand finals to face against the Queens, which is Team SMG.
Such a turnaround performance compared to how they played in Open 1. Full set Sapphire, full steam ahead, and yeah, Baby TZ's one heck of a ninja. It's so good, but it's a little bit unfortunate for OGX, don't you think?
It was. I think a lot of those rounds were very unfortunate. They couldn't find the timing. The utilities weren't as bright and as clear as they wanted it to be when they had it planned out. I think they're FULLSENSE Sapphire, they're the breaker of plans and the breaker of strategies of OGX. Because we saw that earlier in Haven. OGX, they already had a plan. They were just slowly creeping in. But I think that's not necessarily what happened because of the breaker of plans, which is FSS.
Yeah, and you know what? Our panelists are also breakers because they're gonna break this strat down for us. How exactly did FULLSENSE 2-0 against Orangutan X? Mika and Daks, take it away.
Yeah, I'm just gonna pat Quack on the back. There.
What did he call us?
What? He called us the breakers as well because
we're breaking.
I don't know.
I humor at once,
yes.
and he does this.
How's FULLSENSE breaker of plans? That's where we end that conversation, okay? No, Quack. You ruined it. You ruined it.
Well,
but it is not ruined, of course, for FULLSENSE Sapphire because they are going to the grand finals up against Team SMG here. Orangutan X, though, it was well fought. It's just that FULLSENSE Sapphire were just prepared on every single angle, every single player, every single map as well.
yeah, you know how to make a proper analogy to that. How Sapphire will now contend for the Game of Thrones here. They're the only ones left now who are standing versus Team SMG. And with the commanding victory, Mika, we saw there on Split, it really is just par for the course. I mentioned it at the very start of this series. FULLSENSE Sapphire, they took the hardest route to get this fire in the first place. only the top contenders that you expect were the ones that they faced off. Yes, there were some upstarts that did make some surprises along the way, some impressions made by some of the underdog teams, but in the end, FULLSENSE Sapphire persevered. They're the only ones who've taken a map against Team SMG, and they have a chance yet again to face off against them. But you can already see here the stats, Mika. Baby TZ, it is just way too easy when she's in there. Always in prime position to make things happen. And let's not forget Muffin too. Just multi-kill after multi-kill helps out FULLSENSE, make that space happen. I was a bit concerned at the very start because of the pistol win from Orangutan, but you gave FULLSENSE the guns and they were back to their set plans.
I mean, it looked like it was just rounds that wherein, FULLSENSE were just like, it's okay. We're just downloading information. It's okay. Show us how you play. And then we're going to take the rest of the rounds, right? Especially since, all of the layers that FULLSENSE Sapphire has, right? You have Ginny and you have Muffin. Just on the entry, you'll have Folly somewhere around. And you'll have Margot as well, holding down a site by herself. And then you have Baby TZ coming out from God knows where, right? For some reason, nobody sees her, and no traps. Like she doesn't, trigger any traps. Like, how on earth that last round? Like, wasn't there a trap
Mika,
there or something?
It's like, it's me, Baby TZ, and it is her as our MVP. So precise, so sublime, really, in making the best angles of opportunity for FULLSENSE Sapphire. And as of right now, this is the team that we've seen dominate in the Game Changer scene before. The team that took that spot from the APAC region to play on the international stage. And truth be told, it's such a return to glory for them. They were the team that was upset last Open 1. They were the team that finished 56th place against the expectations for them to make it at least to the top 3. And now they're here back and forth with a new sponsor as well. And it just seems like they've really taken to heart the lessons they learned earlier this year. And now they look better than ever as a unit.
They want it. They're for that championship, and they know it. They had, of course, a taste of it already, and they actually had a whole platter of it last year. And now they're saying, we want more of that. We already had a good start last year. We're here for the finish line. So they are setting their sights not just on the APAC scene, but they're looking to make their mark in the international scene as well. And I think that it definitely shows, right? They might have got into the lower bracket run, but I think that just made them it just gave them even more ammo. It gave them even more fuel actually to go up against Team SMG. Team SMG looking pretty untouchable right now, but with what we're seeing from FULLSENSE Sapphire, with all this layering that's happening from the side of FULLSENSE, I think Team SMG, they're not going to be able to do those, 4 sentinels anymore. They're not going to be able to do those 5 controllers, 5 initiators, or whatever. They have to bring, all seriousness when they get into the game tomorrow.
Yeah, you're not wrong, Mika, because that was the only matchup we saw from SMG actually be proper compositions from them. And was the only matchup where someone took a map away from Team SMG. This is an actual finals matchup to watch out for tomorrow. FULLSENSE has earned the respect that they demanded. Team SMG happy to oblige, and honestly, they were just woken up by the performance here of FULLSENSE Sapphire. SMG will be keeping tabs on what Sapphire has done today because they already know that this team is ready for action.
Oh yes, and here it is. Ladies and gentlemen, your grand finalists, Team SMG and FULLSENSE Sapphire. That will be tomorrow, and by then we will know who is the champion of Open 2. And I gotta say, we definitely pegged Team SMG as a top team here in Open 2. FULLSENSE Sapphire also, though, we had a lot of expectations for them, and they are definitely living up to it. Especially since, again, this is, we are midway into our circuit right now. After this, it's Open 3, and by then it will be LCQ. These two teams are definitely the front runners, and they're full steam ahead for this Game Changers APAC circuit.
Yeah, this is the most expected grand finals everyone has had on their cards because of FULLSENSE and their international performance. Team SMG and just their re-roster, their firepower, and their form. Which will win though? The experience or truly the potential? We'll find out tomorrow. It's such a big series to watch out for.
I know. I'm so excited for all of these matchups, right? Because, we definitely saw like Muffin, and we definitely saw like Baby TZ being challenged, of course. But I am so excited to see them up against Team SMG and all the firepower that they've brought here onto Open 2. Just a reminder that of course, Team SMG has not dropped a series just yet. I'm not sure when the last time that
I saw you modify the sentence because you're
like,
about
not
to say
drop
map.
a series just yet, because they have dropped a map, and most interestingly enough, it was against FULLSENSE Sapphire. So FULLSENSE Sapphire is the team that shows them that yes, they can bleed. Just how much, we will find out tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm excited for that. I do wonder though, what preparations will we get here for FULLSENSE Sapphire? They already know that they can beat Team SMG on a map like Haven, and we've seen the coordination be absolutely important for Sapphire to make things work, but everyone needs to step up immensely like they did today. It needs to be peak form from Baby TZ. It needs to be peak form as well from Muffin especially, and right now, because SMG has so many gunners, I think one thing that SMG needs to look into from the previous matchup was, as we're trying to preview what is there to come, how will Ineri perform against FULLSENSE Sapphire, right? She struggled against them yesterday, and let's not forget, she was part of that team that didn't make it to the international stage. So maybe there's still a chip on her shoulder, maybe there's something in the water there for FULLSENSE Sapphire, especially versus her. And I can't wait to see what's the plan from Team SMG. Now they know who their true opponent is.
Oh my gosh, I can imagine it. It's like, on the side, you left me here. And now I've come back with a vengeance. And vengeance it is. We have these grand finalists, Team SMG and FULLSENSE Sapphire tomorrow. But that's it for us today. This has been Mikafabs and Daks. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll see you guys tomorrow for the grand finals of VCT Game Changers APAC Open 2.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy down.
Stay down.
I know exactly where.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
You're trying.
One enemy remaining.
Neutralized.
One enemy remaining.
Die. Thug.
3.
One enemy remaining.
4.
One enemy remaining. Clutch. One. Last player standing.
Down.
Spike down. C. One enemy remaining.
Got you.
Seconds left.
Trinity, you're welcome.
One enemy
Right there.
remaining.
Bear.
Amateur.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Delete it. Ready. Enemy down. One down.
Did I? One enemy remaining.
Eyes are better than yours. Okay. Foolish.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
For me.
enemy remaining.
Eagle. Maybe one. Level low. Level low.